What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God!
Hey, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whoever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, however good it feels, and however many times you're going to do it, etc., etc. I'm just glad you're doing it here with me on my channel. Legal Vices, same, because I'm cool that way. All right. Well, as you can tell, the voices are recovered about that much from yesterday. We're still in the weeds as far as the voice goes, but every day gets a little bit better, I hope. But we've got a lot to get into, and the first thing we got to get into is introducing our very first arrival here on scene, which is Aussie Overlord. How you doing, brother?
Good afternoon, good evening, good night, people. How are we doing?
But you sound particularly chipper for someone who's awake at midnight 30.
Yeah, I've got a couple of hours and then I'm going to have to bow out simply because I have a big day tomorrow. But yes, I'm all packed full of V and vinegar and we're ready to go.
V and vigor? What?
Well, I mean, the saying's piss and vinegar, but I prefer to V energy drink. So.
Okay, I was like, Viagra? I was like, what? I was like, wow. I was like, all right. I was like, what? So apparently V is an energy drink, people. Yeah, who is V?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. All right, folks. We are starting someone just like literally 10 seconds before I turn the microphone, before I start the intro. Someone says, isn't the thumbnail backwards? Because I had like day 2 morning, day 3 afternoon. Why nobody pointed that out in the first 11 hours that it was up? I don't know. Someone's got to point that out like right before game time. So me, being the professional I am, I worked it out during the intro. So yeah. I already asked how you're doing, but how are you doing anyway?
Oh, look, I can't complain. Today was a bit of a rough day. It's always interesting leading up to the Christmas break. Everyone wants everything done yesterday, and sometimes people are just dicks. So, but you know, how about you? How are you keeping up with things?
That's good. Everybody's asking how I am. I'm not sick. Just the voice doesn't work. I have no fever. The earache thing was gone days ago. I just have no voice for some reason. So yeah, but like it's pissing down rain. Like, so that's helping with the dryness aspect of things. Plus, also I have my delicious cup of the Dragon's Treasure candy cane tea, which is just fantastic. It's great for Christmas. It's got black tea, candy cane pieces, peppermint flavorings. It's pretty darn good. And anybody that wants to get some tea, especially in the winter, you know, when you need that nice warm tea, go to the dragonstreasure.com. There's like 60 different teas every month, tea supplies, anything you want. If you want to brew your own tea, you got the loose leaf tea. If you just want to just drop a tea bag into something or on something, just talk to him. He'll tea bag things for you right there. Go to thedragonstreasure.com. And if you use code VICES, you get 10% off. So that's the trifecta. That's the triple win. That's the hat trick of wins. You get 10% off. He gets a sale, and I get 5% of that 10%, so I can kick that back in and buy some more tea. So thanks for that. Oh God, that's hot. It was like boiling 2 minutes ago. All right. So that's what's been helping me through the last 3 days. I've probably had about 4 liters of tea in the last 2 days, just trying to get the old vocal cords lubed up. All right. Kaiser Pineapple. If you're not sick, but your voice won't recover, could be acid reflux. No, just the voice went out on me 2 days ago and we're building it back up. That's all. All right. We've got day 2 here. We're going back to do the afternoon of day 2. Day 1 for the recap saw a very, very dull, very, very boring, very uninspired, very just milquetoast presentation in the opening statements by the prosecution. It was abysmal. There was nothing inspired about it. They didn't roadmap anything. They just told a story. I mean, again, as we were talking about yesterday, ideally the opening statements should be this in a very like in 2 minutes max. This is what happened. Then you say, we're going to show, but we're going to show that we're going to do this, this, and this, which shows that this guy in that chair over there did this. We're going to show he did this. Then we're going to show this happened. Then we're going to show this happened. Then we're going to show he did this. Then he did that. And that's going to lead you all to a verdict of guilty. Did none of that. Just told a story that was really uninspired. Like, hey, there was a guy picked up, he had some kids in the car. They found some dude they thought was somebody else. They got out and they shot him and they got back in the car. And then he was worried about it. So he killed 2 of the kids, stuck him in some bins, put him in a dumpster, lit him on fire, had some hamburgers, and the other kids cleaned up the floor, did the dishes. So find him guilty. It was wild. And then the defense, she stood up and laid into the prosecution, just laid into the prosecution hard. I mean, she did a phenomenal job in her opening statements of laying down the fact that someone's already confessed to it. And we're going to be hearing from one of those guys that confessed today. He's one of the witnesses in the afternoon, but somebody else already confessed to it. They've not only did they lose evidence. The piece of evidence they lost was the entire back seat of a car. The evidence wasn't found in the house. Then they had to go back a little while later, and they found a lot of more evidence the second time they went back. But the cameras weren't working. Something went wrong with all the cameras, and none of the cameras worked the second time they went back when they found all the evidence.
Shocking.
Yeah, there's some footprints around one of the crime scenes, but it doesn't match the defendant's shoes. The defendant's fingerprints are not found on the shell casing. They poked a lot of holes and raised a great deal of reasonable doubt right in the opening statements. So the prosecution's got an uphill battle. Right now, we're just going through the boring evidence. I came on the scene and I saw a dead body. Yep, I picked up a shell casing. Yeah, unfortunately, you also had that's my grandchildren. That was their toasted. And Law and Crime did us a favor by showing toasted bodies. The bodies of 2 burnt and charred, one 14 and one 16-year-old child. Thanks for that, Law and Crime. But you had the grandmother identifying the body. You had a super hot cop chick who was giving us the boring evidence. We have a crime technician woman. I think she was some sort of like CSI / forensics / medical examiner shit, because she collected the evidence, she performed the autopsy. She was very passionate about what she did and very knowledgeable
and very meticulous. It was impressive as to the level of detail she was able to go into, even 7 years later. Mildly concerning that that's a level of OCD that I hope to never see again in my life, but still.
But it was like I said, it's probably one of the only times I've ever gone, oh, this is really, really interesting to hear how they moved a body and looked for something in the grass underneath it. I mean, she was oddly engaging. So there shut up, Flux. Flux says I found Jeff's G-spot. Yeah. Anyway, enough said about that. Now I'm wearing my toboggan, as I guess as the kiddies in Louisville call them. Yeah, the interrogation videos they're saying they pulled down the toboggan down over their eyes, and the prosecutor called it a toboggan, and I'm like, hey, what the hell is it? A toboggan is like a sled that you can't control, and apparently it means a ski mask down south. So whatever, I decided to wear my toboggan. All right, so that kind of brings us up. The guy that's on the stand now, I can't even remember what he does. He's a cop of some sort. Well, he used to be a cop. He was in the
Yeah, it was
the
the
homicide division.
hang on, it was the guy with the shortcut hair. He was the detective, and now he's basically an auditor. So it was whether or not that classed as a promotion or a demotion because he's no longer on active duty, but he was looking into the actions of the other police officers. So yeah,
and we had one police officer that was in the homicide division that decided that sucked so much he was going to go sell cars. So he's like, now I'm a car salesman guy or car finance or whatever the hell he said, but he's no longer a police officer. With that, let's go do a quick reminder. We got about 350 people here, 142 likes. A little less than half of you haven't done your job. A little more than half of you haven't done your job. The lawyer math kicked in there. A little more than half of you haven't done your job. So get down there and hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. We picked up quite a few subscribers for this. That was really awesome. And thank you so much for those. Anybody that's new here, just, we haven't done a thing to make you like the show yet, but just get down there and hit the like button anyway. You won't regret it. And I just can't wait till some bass returns to my voice. That'll be nice. Hit the like button. We'll give you something to like here. I promise. Don't judge it by the first 12 minutes. Oh my God. All right. We got to rush.
And chat, if you get really bored, feel free to just throw ideas into chat as to what Jeff's voice sounds like today. I mean, yesterday was about as close as he's been to Elaine naturally, but there's something annoying about it. I know that there's someone that you remind me of today, and I cannot for the life of me remember.
There's something annoying about my voice. Oops, we've just had a technical difficulty. I'm not sure what that was all about. We seem to have lost Hayden. Too bad. I don't think we'll ever get him back. All right, welcome.
I wanted to spit take you, asshole.
All right. Yeah. So as we do every day, we also have a like and subscribe poll just to remind you to hit the like button as you read through. It is up there. So you go, oh, yeah, I forgot to hit the subscribe button. And if you are subscribed, by all means, just please double check to make sure you're still subscribed. And then take our like and subscribe poll. Today is pretty basic. Were you surprised by yesterday's events? 49% of you so far have said yes, 20% have said no, and 31% of you said no, didn't see it. Well, for you 31%, we just gave you an update on what happened yesterday. That brings us up today. We're going to watch the afternoon of day 2, and then we're going to watch the morning of day 3. They're starting a little bit later today, so that's good. Well, we won't be so far behind because they went late. We've got a couple hours here before we get into the next session. So what I'm going to do is, while Ozzy grifts himself, I'm going to put us at 1.25 speed and adjust our microphone volumes and everything like that.
Fair enough. Guys, Ozzy Overlord. For those of you that don't know me, I do law news and laughter. I've been sort of trying to revamp the show a little bit. I actually did a show last night at 9 p.m. that, from what I gather, almost no one got notifications for. I actually spent 40 minutes on chat with YouTube's helpline today. And their advice to me was to share with chat how to turn on the notifications and hit the bell. So, guys, if you're not already getting notifications for Jeff's channel, I would recommend that you take the mouse, click down there, hit that bell, change it from not just personalized but to all notifications, because apparently that makes a difference. But that's according to the YouTube bot, who apparently managed to put me on hold for 5 minutes as well, which I've never had a robot put me on hold before in a live chat that's text-based. That was weird as hell.
It's like, hello, my name is Alicia. How are you?
I videotaped the whole thing. I'm going to turn it into a video. It's just...
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, all right. Well, let's do our super chats. Oh, and again, yeah, the volume is shit. It's a court thing. One of these lifetimes, the court will go, hey, maybe there's nothing wrong with wireless microphones. As I always say, just go back to 1995. Watch the O.J. Simpson trial. The audio was immaculate because each one of those lawyers was equipped with an FM wireless microphone. It's easy, it's simple, and it's unintrusive. But for some reason, they can't. So we'll do what we can. It'll take a little bit to balance. We're going to put everything back to where it was yesterday and see if that works again. We'll check it and adjust it as we go. So we're gonna lower our volume here and boost the court so everybody can turn up their volume all together. All right, with that, I think we need to get these super chats through and then jump in. What do you think?
Sounds like a plan.
All right, we are on our way to unlocking the Doggo Cam achievement. Lost in Law, thank you so much. And we're not going to do the bells and things today because I can't control those volumes as easily as I can control our own. And I forgot yesterday and deafened about 700 people. Lost in Law says, my trial advocacy exam is coming. Can I copy you? Not if you want a good grade.
Hey, a pass is a pass.
Yeah. C equals JD. That's what that was the equation a guy had in a study carrel next to mine in law school in the law library. It said a little biggie with C equals JD on it. I'm thinking, good on you, brother.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Copy at your own risk. Lost in Law. DCV Titan, retarded Southern accents can't tell the difference between a toque and a toboggan. I do have a toque somewhere with a little bent over thing. Lost in Law. Jeff's voice sounds like his vocals are soft sits. Okay. Tase me, bro. Lynn Barry, early la good. I'm assuming that early is good. But yeah, we went a little bit early so we could get into this. We could do the background story. We could catch up. We could do our grift and we could get going. Thank you everybody that super chatted there right up front. We are on our way, well on our way to Doggy McDoggo Cam. We're only about 80 away right now. So cool. Man, both of them are laying here on the floor at my feet. One of them is licking it. And by it, I mean feet. Let's bring up the court. Share screen, watch, triple murder trial. We are 1.25 speed because this is the good thing. We can go to about 1.5 speed for most people. This guy's a little bit of a quick talker, so we've lowered him to 1.25. Allie coming in under the wire before we start this back up again. And when we start this up, we'll flash the super chats up, and then we'll read them during the breaks and trial and whatnot. Allie, thank you so much. Maybe you know, but after the cop, there's a break where you see the ceiling but can hear audio.
Interesting.
Yeah, there are something like we can hear the court talking, the judge is talking about scheduling and serving documents and things. So yeah, there we go. And 9 months felt better than my pregnancy. Well, great. I annoy Hayden with my voice, and I am slightly better than someone's pregnancy. Cool. Thanks, Jeff. Well, thank you, ? American Dreamer. All right, enough of this nonsense, enough of these shenanigans. Let's go. Embiggen and play. And we will turn our audio down. Just 1 second. Oh, my audio's been down the entire time. Cool.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to go through everything that you already talked about again.
This is okay. This is cross-examination, by the way. They did. Oh, and Ozzy's volume's been down. Cool too. So everybody's already where we should be. I hope the volume sounds good. Yeah, this is cross-examination of this guy. So there we go.
If I'm jumping from topic to topic and I get confusing, tell me, okay? Because that's my fault. That's not your fault. I wanted to start off just by asking you a couple questions about your report. It doesn't look like it's in front of you, but you reviewed it before you came, right?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. Your report's actually dated 2018. Is that because that's the last time? Does it do the thing like where it updates to the most recent edition, or is it something you actually wrote 2018?
It's something I wrote in 18.
Okay. So the work that you did on this case in 2016 wasn't memorialized into your report until 2018?
In that form, no.
Okay.
Correct.
Prior to that, it was in note form or handwritten form, something like that?
Yes.
Okay. And after you wrote your report in 2018, you actually went back and corrected it, did an addendum to it?
I did. I'd left out some information that was in my notes mistakenly.
There's a method that you can go back and do that and fix that right on the computer. And add something
He
more.
suddenly remembered something that should have been in the
report,
notes. Huh?
Separate report.
Okay.
I was going to say that sounds pretty sus to me, especially given what's already happened in this case.
I left out.
2 years later.
Yeah.
You did a few different things in this case, and you laid them out. In addition to what you explained on direct, you also participated in the interviews of Anwan Carter on the 24th of May in 2016.
If you say that, yes.
Oh, he doesn't even remember if
Okay.
He doesn't remember if
And
he
you
interviewed
participated
one of the
in
main people
interview
charged with murder in this
and when
case.
I
That's
say
weird.
in one Carter, I'm talking about the suspect in this case, in one Carter. Okay. And you participated in the interview on the 25th of May of Ja'Cory Taylor, also a suspect in this case. Do you remember participating in interviews, sitting down and questioning the suspects in this case?
I do not.
Okay. Would you be surprised that there's transcripts provided by the prosecution that lists you as the detective actually doing questioning?
It would not surprise me at all.
Okay. You talked about recovering some pieces of evidence in this case. That was part of your testimony earlier today.
Yes.
And you walked through some of the places you were when you were recovering these objects and things like that.
Yes.
When you were interviewing Ja'Cory Taylor, you told him that one of the objects that you had recovered was the back seat of the Mazda. Do you remember doing that, sir?
I do not.
Would you like to see the transcript of that interview? It shows you making that statement?
Sure.
Okay. For you guys, page 79 of this one's marked May 26th. I know there's more than one. So I'm not trying- right. Let's see. It's a big document, so I pulled out the right page.
I'm still not sure whether
That's your
they're
Detective Vance, right?
whether they're saying that it
About
was
16
never
different
there,
detective
so the
Vances on
cops are
this case.
lying, or if they're saying, what did you do with the seat? I'm not sure where the defense is going with that yet, because they've asked some vague questions. of
And I'm
both
not trying to rush you,
top
so you tell me
witnesses.
when you've read it. It's in
Yeah,
the,
it's.
I'm gonna open mine to the,
So you're referencing line 15 on page 79 and on down.
yes.
See, this is the problem with going to trial 7
You actually
years
remember
after an
this
event.
conversation.
Nobody can remember
Okay.
anything.
So now that you're looking at this, you're able to remember the conversation?
I remember that we were called, we as the police department was called to a location, a dumpster, and it was in the south end, which is what prompted, allowed me to recall that memory
Yes.
in the transcript.
And I apologize because the topic actually begins the page, and I wasn't trying to be tricky. I just got it starts the very next page before
Oh yeah,
78.
the typing's
You go
not
backwards,
us.
Single page. And you went forward.
It's a very
That is why I
aggressive
hold the
court
hands up.
reporter. Was that why you did that?
Oh yeah.
78.
I'm cleaning my glasses. I couldn't leave.
So I'm going to give you a second to look at page 78. You let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay. So you see that you were saying you remembered going to the dumpster, and in that dumpster, do you remember recovering the seat there?
That's what I stated to the person I'm interviewing, Ja'Cory Taylor. But I did not recall that, but I'm reading the transcript.
Okay. And again, I just want to turn to the
It's like
very
the worst
front.
Godfather
I'm looking
ever.
at it.
We gotta go to the
Transcripts from,
dumpsters.
25th of May. It says 2015, but it should say 2016.
Right.
Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. There's my questions about that. I'm gonna put this here just on the off chance that they have a question.
You're good.
The off chance.
Okay, and I want to ask you about other items that you recovered, some of which you testified about a little bit. I just want to make sure I'm clear on it. You testified that you recovered a phone,
Yes.
right? And you recovered that from one of the other suspects in the case, specifically Antoine Carter.
Yes.
All right. And that phone turned out to be the property of one of the victims.
Yes.
You also recovered boots from a friend of one of the other suspects, Ja'Cory Taylor.
Yes.
And those boots turned out to be the property of one of the victims in the case.
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And you participated in the arrest of Mr. Rhodes.
Yes.
You did not recover from Mr. Rhodes any property that belonged to the victims in this case.
I didn't take any action to, so I wouldn't have been in that capacity.
Right, but I'm just saying, you did recover
Did you see
other pieces of property, so you did not
Gutierrez in the dumpster?
in
Was that
any
your
capacity
last night?
recover property that belonged to the victims from Mr. Rhodes.
No.
Okay, I have no further questions.
All right.
When you were doing these interviews, were you the only detective interviewing them?
No, I was not.
How do you know? You don't even remember doing them, you dumbass.
Do you all sometimes like take turns coming in and out of the interview rooms?
We do.
Did you go to the scene where the dumpster was?
No,
Do you know which detectives did?
I do not. Just remember that it was a unique situation. So that's what recall when I read it in transcript. It's what made me recall that memory.
So you would have heard about whatever was recovered.
Did you
in
find
the
Jesus in there?
detectives?
Yes.
No further questions.
I have no recross.
All right, you're free to step down.
Judge, may I have
All right.
my document back?
Yes, please. Someone would like to call their next witness?
Your another Commonwealth calls Chris Middleton.
Middleton.
All right. Let's see if we can- Unfortunately, search of
Could you tell
Brice Rhodes' bandage head tells us, and it reveals nothing about the purpose for the. Wow, this is what Ricky Gervais is going to look like in about 20 years. It's like,
the jury
it's like,
name?
Chris Middleton.
it's like an old dumpy Ricky Gervais. Wow. All right.
Could you tell the jury your name?
Chris Middleton.
And where did you work?
Used to work for Louisville Metro Police Department.
How long were you there?
21 years.
And how did you come to leave?
Retirement.
Where are you now?
I'm retired, working for a sales agency.
Were you in the police department in May of 2016?
Yes.
What unit were you in?
He's in the homicide unit.
How long were you a homicide detective?
Altogether, approximately 13 years.
Wow.
Were you involved in the case where Larry and Maurice were killed?
Yes, to some extent, yes.
Can you tell us how you got involved? What was the first thing you did on this case?
I believe the first thing I did on it was assist in the arrest of Mr. Rhodes, and then in the drafting and executing of search warrants.
Well, let's start with the arrest. How did you get involved in that?
It's been a while, so bear with me. Remember, we had our own radio station, our radio channel. They came across and said, I believe it was that they were following Mr. Rhodes, asked that I assist in it. At the time, I was driving a car that wasn't real common. His police car was a white Toyota Camry, so it wasn't as noticeable. So I followed him, made contact with him at Speedway on Preston Highway, and at which time he was placed under arrest and taken into custody.
Where is that Speedway on Preston?
If you're familiar with Preston Highway, but
Yep,
closest
too
reference
fast.
I can give you would be Indian Trail and Preston Highway, right across from, I guess it was an old feeder supply or something like that, Staples or whatever, Pep Boys, right there. To give you an idea, I guess that's the closest I can put you.
So how many detectives were involved in the arrest? If you recall.
I know it's, I would feel comfortable saying maybe 4 or 5.
And were you the actual arresting officer?
I was the one that made first contact with Mr. Rhodes, yes.
So he was arrested and did somebody else take him?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
Eventually, somehow I came to writing a search warrant.
Was this the same day?
I think so, yes.
And would you recall the date
I'd have to look at my notes.
if you could?
He's a mix between Ricky Gervais and Louis C.K.
I guess it was on May 24th,
I can
2016.
kind of say that.
May 24th. Can you tell the jury what a search warrant is?
Search warrant,
I've never heard them ask that. What is a search warrant before? I've never heard
basically,
that
it's
asked.
gathering of information, compiling it together from every source you've got, whether it be other detectives, witnesses, involved parties, sometimes even actually the suspect. Take that information, gather them together, draft it into a written form, present it to a judge for their approval, and if probable cause is found to issue that search warrant, it gives us the opportunity to enter a residence, a car, and sometimes even search a person if need be to more extent than just patting down pockets and stuff like that. But it is presented to a judge. The judge reads it, and if that judge finds probable cause, it is issued, and we execute the warrant. When I say execute, it means we go serve the warrant. We either search the house, the car, the person, or whatever it may be. Maybe it's sometimes something as mundane as just records, but it's a legal document giving you the authority to search for an item of evidence.
What were you searching or seeking to search when you drafted the search warrant?
Taking the information I've given, initially, we were searching the residence, I think, to see if any items of evidentiary value, that would be, whether it be a weapon, clothing, notes, just anything that showed evidentiary value of any involvement.
And when you say the residence, whose residence?
Mr. Rhodes' residence.
And where was that residence?
It's on Height Avenue.
Okay. And is that in Jefferson County?
Yes.
Do you know what major street is Height off
Brownsboro.
of? After you drafted the search warrant, did a judge sign it?
Yes.
And did you go execute it?
Yes.
What did you find in the house?
Well, we actually did 2 warrants. The first warrant, I think we found 2 knives and a hammer.
Okay. Did you collect those?
Yes, they were collected by the crime scene unit.
What happened next?
We closed out the warrant, exited the house. I made a phone call to Donnie Burbank, Sergeant Donnie Burbank at the time, let him know we finished up the warrant.
So was he like your supervisor?
Yes.
I was mooted.
Either immediately or just a short time later, he called me, or we discussed that a second warrant.
He just retired. He wasn't the one.
Because we
Now
already
he's doing
closed this one out.
whatever else it was he
Second
said.
one needed to be
The other
drafted
guy
because
quit
new
to become
information
a
gained
car
through
salesman or whatever.
interviews and through the investigation.
So was this information you all didn't have? when you
Never
did the
expect a
first
cop to turn into a car salesman.
warrant? So did you draft a second warrant?
Yes,
Did you all go back in the house?
yes.
This time, what was the difference? What were
I
you
see
looking
them
for?
move into a reputable
This time I think it's
profession.
more towards the effect of more of a forensic style evidence, not actual physical evidence that you pick up and can carry out, but items that would be indicative that something happened at the scene, whether it be body of fluids, minute pieces of evidence, stuff like that, stuff that would take more of a forensics manner.
So what did you do during the second search warrant?
To be honest with you, I said watch the crime scene unit do their job because I'm not a forensics person. I'm not smart enough to do that job.
What did you see?
God.
them do?
They provided, I think
Oh
it's.
God, why would you? That's funny, but now the defense gets to stand up and go, so you're not very smart, are you? Why would you say I'm not smart enough to do a other cop's job? Oh, wow. That was just a dumb thing to say.
Yes, it
It's a
was.
reactive agent that they spray, and once you spray it, it reacts.
He's
with,
nervous.
blood.
Probably hasn't done this for
Blue color.
years.
So they did that. And at that time, it was decided due to the magnitude of it, we actually.
Did they say how long ago he retired?
I didn't
So
catch it.
when they sprayed it, what did you see?
Blue.
On the carpet?
Yes. And actually on some plants too, like some potted fake plants.
So there's blood
And at
everywhere.
that point,
Wow.
did you take the carpet? Did somebody take up the carpet in your presence?
Decision was made at that time to remove the carpet from residence.
What type of carpet are we talking about? Was it
I like
an
it.
area rug or was it wall-to-wall carpet?
Oh, it was like wall-to-wall carpet. It was installed carpet.
And
Oh, they
do
just
you
took all
recall
the
what
carpet.
times you were in there? What time you were there?
I think on reviewing my notes, I think we left like 2:00 in the morning. So we were there for quite a while.
Well, now it's just hardwood floors because they took it all.
Amen.
Showed you what we marked as 74.
Be funny if the judge just said, no, you can't
Yes, I
approach.
did.
If the
That
carpet does
area
not fit, you
accurately
must acquit.
reflects the apartment on Heights that
Yes.
needs to introduce 74 through
74 to
87,
87.
87.
Okay.
87.
Any objection?
No.
Admitted.
Excuse me.
What is this picture?
This would be the front of the apartment complex.
And if you go in those front doors, would you get to the apartment in question?
Right.
Is this the living room of the apartment?
Yes.
Into the kitchen, I guess?
Right. That's the
Another
kitchen.
angle.
Mhm.
Just turn this one.
Oh, they,
What room is this?
That's a bathroom. It's in the bathroom.
that's a turlet. That's a side door.
Is that looking into a bedroom?
Yes.
Oops.
Oh, we showed some unmentionables. God, how fucking hard is it to?
Is this a trash can in the apartment?
Yes.
And is this also in the apartment?
Yes.
And is this the room where we're about to see some knives under a mattress?
Yes.
We just saw them. That was a surprise. 2 hammers and a knife.
Were those in the same bedroom?
I believe so. Yes.
It's the next porn
And at this
film.
point,
2
do you have any
hammers,
idea
1
who was
knife.
connected to this case?
I have no idea. And that's part of the search warrant. You
I don't want to know about any porn film that includes a
you have
knife.
your known injuries or your known situations. And then part of search warrant, this could be possibly related, it possibly could not be, but it's, collected in the effect of that it could be.
Is this one of the knives you collected?
Yes.
And is that the other one?
Yes.
And were those the only two things you collected
Here
during the
it's-
first search warrant?
Yes.
During the second search warrant,
I
did you
know,
collect
Yoda, I
physically
object to that
have the
term
apartment
too.
collected?
Yes. Yes.
I'm not gonna lie. I did not expect
I missed
Yoda to
what you
sound like
said
that when
your
he barks.
job is now.
Work for a sales agency, sir.
Okay. I might still call you detective out of reflex.
Okay.
Um, Your involvement in this case was only the arrest and then the search warrant, is that
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
So you didn't go out to any of the other scenes or anything else?
Not that I remember. We were, I mean, just so busy. It was help when you can help.
You initially said that you collected 2 knives and a hammer. I think we saw a photo of 2 knives and hammer. But isn't it correct you actually only collected the knives?
It possibly could be. I think.
Well, so
I-
he
I
picked
didn't
up
look at my
one
notes when I
knife
said
and
that.
somebody else came and picked up the 2 hammers?
To be honest with you.
That doesn't sound very
these
efficient.
are- It says small knife and large knife.
To be fair, he
but
admitted that he's not a
he said they're
particularly
so-
bright police officer.
You know, when you
So
copy stuff, it's hard to read. so-
Okay, I wasn't sure. You said it's
True.
so, but I wasn't sure what the end of the sentence was. So you were, and I think you just said this, but I'm trying to make sure I got it right. You were done with the first search.
We finished the first search. Yes.
And when I say done, like you got in the car, you told the other officers to go about their business and you left.
I don't remember if I'd actually got out of the apartment complex or not. I don't remember if I even made it off the road or what. I mean, it was, I don't remember.
Well, if you look, you note when you're done with the first search, right?
Right, but with that being said, you can have a time that you're finished and still have control of the scene because it takes time to draft the second warrant, takes time to get the judge to sign it, it takes time to get it. So you may have a clearance time on here. You know, to give you an example, what's it say the clearance time is? 23:11. And then if you go over here on this one, 23:56. So you're talking a span of 45 minutes.
Yes.
So with that being said, you know, driving from Height out off Brownsboro Road to back to the office, to a judge and back, I feel pretty comfortable saying that we didn't even make it out of the area because it's such a fast turnaround. You know, it was a computer written warrant, so it's not something I hand wrote on scene. So, you know, it would have been something I feel comfortable saying. That was a good.
Oh, so now this is an interesting thing because generally with search warrants, you're only allowed to search exactly the space that's mentioned on the warrant, and you're only allowed to take what is specifically mentioned in the search warrant. So what it seems like he's saying is here is they saw stuff that wasn't on the original warrant, went out, closed that out, and then immediately applied for a warrant to get some of the other stuff that they probably saw in the apartment that wasn't in the first warrant. Interesting.
lovely.
The possibility that we never even made it out of the parking lot before the phone call was made. Because I would have called my sergeant as soon as we cleared it and let him know that we're done. So, you know, I feel comfortable saying that he's like, hey, we got another warrant. But because we'd already closed it out, once we draw that line across it, that warrant's closed. It doesn't matter if we stay in the parking lot for 5 days or 5 seconds, we're gonna have to write another warrant because we've shut the door and we walked away from it.
Are you saying you actually wrote the second warrant? I thought the second warrant was prepared by someone else.
If you look at it here, the first warrant is
But I may not have been clear. I meant the second.
Chris Milton. Both warrants are mine.
Yeah, exactly, MT Law, which is how you're supposed to do it.
And you're saying you prepared the second one by computer?
Yeah, they're all done by computer these days. I mean, I haven't written a hand warrant since probably '06.
Okay. You do agree, however, that well, maybe you don't remember. Would you be surprised if we've already heard testimony that the people involved in the first were leaving and exiting the scene?
Wouldn't surprise me at least a little bit.
Okay.
And like I said, the fact of the matter is, I could have released everybody because I wrote the warrant, made the phone call and said, hey, here we are. I got to write another warrant. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know the exact answer, but with such a short turnaround, you know, it wasn't my habit to leave a house unsecured.
Would you be surprised if we've already heard that the owner was told, you can go back in, we're done?
No, I have not. I wouldn't be.
Trigger
surprised
warning,
because
Volpe, trigger
it's
warning.
7 years later, so.
Sure.
Congratulations, though.
You talked about how CSU, the crime scene unit,
Mhm.
I shouldn't use abbreviations, was present in the second, but they were also present in the first search warrant.
Yes, yes.
And in fact, you note in your report that I'm not going to get this name right.
Allgaier.
Allgaier, that is correct. That specifically a tech named Allgaier was there in the first. And that person, I think, would have been responsible for any crime scene analysis that needed to be done, right?
Like I said,
Oh,
earlier,
beast Conor
the first
McGregor.
warrant wasn't so much as analysis done, it was a gathering of possible evidence, where the second one was more of a forensics gathering of evidence, using the luminol and gathering that type of stuff. So I can't really talk to each person from the crime scene. I can't really talk to each one's position or role.
Understood. But I wanted to make clear, there were some folks from CSU there
Right.
first time.
Right.
Were you the one telling them what to do or what not to do in the first search?
As I stated earlier, I try not to. There may be items that I point out, but I've not been to forensic classes and stuff like that. So just like I've never been to law school, I'm not gonna tell you your job.
But you were in charge of the scene
I am in charge of the scene.
at both warrants?
No, he wasn't.
Luminol, well, you're not. Hopefully we have some people from CSU come in and testify. You talked a little bit about how luminol works a second ago. Luminol actually hits on a wide variety of things, doesn't it?
It does, and it's not an end all thing. It's I guess a large majority, I wouldn't put a percentage on it, but a large majority of your evidentiary, you have what's called, I guess, a presumptive, be a fair word,
Mhm.
presumptive
It would also be accurate.
reaction. And so with further investigation, further analysis, that proves what you thought. It's, same thing, the old high school science, hypothesis and theory and all that. You get your evidence from doing your proper testing.
We call that the scientific method there, Chief.
You also processed a search warrant on the Mazda in this case.
I did the search warrant, yes.
Did you search for a back
Let's talk about the
seat?
Mazda for a second. When you went and processed the Mazda, were you the one who removed scratch that? When you got there and were processing it, it already was missing its back seat, is that correct?
Possibly. I don't remember much about the Mazda at all.
Do you have an indication in your report?
I don't think I do.
Why would you
Trying
not
to
put
make it
whether or
seem
not?
like they-
I may not have even.
Seriously.
I was more with the house. I wasn't with the Mazda.
But you did do the search warrant. for
I
that.
did the
It
search.
was an
warrant, and the
SEP,
thing about it,
somebody else's problem.
I can do it. I can walk in, I can execute it. And, I'm part of the homicide unit. I trust the guys that I work with to do their job. So it's not a big thing to execute it and then get called on to do something else, another part of an investigation. So, you're not always present. Once it's-
Spoilers, Jesus.
Were you, as the
Oh,
author of the
come
search
on.
warrant,
People haven't seen
were
that
you
movie
in
by
control of
now.
the scene on the Mazda?
I don't remember much about the Mazda. I don't think I had much involvement with it.
What I asked was whether or not you were in control of the scene.
It's like saying, oh, by the way, the ship
Much
sinks
about
at the end of
Mazda. I couldn't tell you
Titanic.
if I was there with it or not.
What?
Answer.
Really? Fuck.
So you're not sure?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as far as what happened to the rear seat
They
of the
both
car,
could fit on that door,
Mazda specifically,
bitch.
you just don't know.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Have a good day.
Just to get the search warrant straight. I mean, there was the first search warrant you wrote.
Mhm.
Did it cover the apartment and the Mazda?
Yes,
And would it have been common for you all to split up the duties?
absolutely.
And would the Mazda have been searched one scene or the auto theft garage?
Could have been done either way.
And as far as you remember, you just participated in the search of the apartment.
Right.
What was the difference between the information you all possessed between the first warrant and the second warrant that caused you to search differently?
My understanding was due to interviews that were conducted.
I'm going to check the Hearsay.
Turn approach.
Ah, all right. We weren't supposed to hear about the fact they were conducting witness interviews at the same time they were searching the house, I guess. I wonder what they're talking about. Didn't seem to be anything too out of line. I'll just let George R. R. Martin stew here on the stand by himself for a minute.
I'm wondering if that undermines their argument that he was the main
Could do.
suspect.
Could do.
Were interviews being actively conducted down at the station while you were on scene?
No, it was a
Is your
foundational
understanding that
thing.
more
Here we
information
go.
came to light that led the homicide unit to believe that this actually was the crime scene?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
I sat down and looked again at your report, which I believe is the exact document in front of you. You testified a minute ago, I think it's by mistake, that you closed out and finished the first warrant at 23:11.
Like I said, it's hard to read, but it's what it appears to say.
I think it says 22:11, a whole hour earlier.
Got a better copy?
Let me see yours. That's a terrible copy. But that's not the, let me see if I can look.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay. Where I was getting it was there. So what does that say?
Even
Yeah, but James
better,
Cameron's a dick anyway.
22:11, because that would give plenty of time to write the warrant and get back and get it done. So, I mean, that's still an hour difference. Doesn't make a, I mean, it's not a deal.
Well, let me make sure that it's clear though, what we're talking about with the jury. So you had said it's such a short amount of time that you would just be sitting in the parking lot, but actually the amount of time from when you cleared was not quite 2 hours, an hour, 45 minutes.
Possibly so, but I mean, like I said, it's
I'm just making sure I got the times
right. You're right on the times, but
Okay.
it's not.
You didn't shut up.
I was kind of proud of myself, to be honest with you, get one done in 45 minutes. So it makes more sense.
Yeah. I think they got a rather short window there.
I was kind of proud of myself on that one.
So, and when we're talking about,
I
I'm
can
just,
remember it
every
took
once in a while,
45 minutes.
I understand
but you can't
military time.
remember
I can do
if
the
you saw a
conversion, but
seat in a
just
car.
so it's clear with everybody, you then cleared the first warrant and according to your report, we're done at 22:11. That's 10 p.m., 10:11, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next warrant, you began serving, or the next warrant at 23:56, right? So that's 11:56 p.m. Okay, just making sure I got that right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, you're
I-
free now. Thanks.
Served and wrote the search warrant. Wow, Jesse Ventura over there. Cool. Nice to see him there.
Almost ready to call their next witness.
Christopher Jensen.
Thank you.
Christopher Jensen. Interesting. All right. While we're doing that, just real quick, taking a little quick little break here. Hey, shh. Bush McFadden, new member. That's your own reflection, you fuckwit. Bush McFadden became a YouTube member. Thank you so much for that. And Bush McFadden has also been a member for 1 month in some weird sort of tenet sort of way somehow. There's been a time shift. Drink lots of Gatorade and sweat it out. Give it a whirl. Thank you. Torin3 says, I like you enough to spend 58 hours making a braid for you. And that's a gorgeous, gorgeous braid. We'll flash that up here at the end. Everybody go to Torin3, his YouTube channel. You can see the green and gold braid that he made, traditional Japanese braiding. It's really, really cool. It's quite awesome. It's got a ship's wheel, a whiskey glass, a cigar, Godzilla, and Cthulhu on it. So we'll bring that up when we can. Thank you so much for that, sir. And Smopo Vienna says, Torin3, you sent it already. Let's see if yours is faster than mine or not. Yours will both get here on exactly the same day because they'll all be collected by the forwarder and put in the same box. So it's just which one get opened first. That's the real mystery. All right, let's go into our next witness, Christopher Jensen.
Oh, can you all come up for just a second?
We've got a bit of a sidebar first, I guess.
Break with Susie.
All right, you want to go ahead and take a 5-minute break?
Okay. We're gonna let him take a 5-minute break with Susie. Good to go after
Yeah,
that.
great.
Let's see, it's almost 2 o'clock. Just be back in front of the doors at 2 o'clock, please.
Gonna shout at the dog here. I was hoping they wouldn't take a break so we could stand up.
So Detective Snyder drove it over to us quickly.
Yeah, this is just, they're talking about serving warrants and stuff.
Do we know if it ever worked after it was taken?
Filming Blue Star, even the.
You all can have tonight to look at it and decide if you want to make any motions related to it.
Yeah, they're going to talk about this. They made a video like the Blue Star, like the luminol stuff. They couldn't get it to show up on the video.
Ms. James Brown, come on, next witness, please. you.
Okay, so as long as I'm not missing
Jensen.
anything important.
Mr. Jensen, good afternoon. I'm gonna need to swear you in. If you could raise your right hand for me. Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thanks. You can put your head down. Go ahead.
Could you tell your name to the jury, sir?
Christopher Allen Jensen.
And Mr. Jensen, it appears you're in custody.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving over in Indiana?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it anything to do with this case?
No.
It appears you're in custody. What's your first clue? The prison orange or the handcuffs?
Back in 2016, did you live in an apartment on Height Avenue?
Yeah, North Height, or is it Hyde Avenue Gardens?
Okay. What type of apartment complex was it?
It was a condominiums, but some people would rent out the condos to, like, people owned them, but they would rent them out to different people. Kind of like subleasing, I guess.
Mhm. And were you subleasing there?
I wasn't, but I lived with somebody who was. I was their roommate.
Okay. And did you, as a resident there, did you come to know one of your neighbors, Brice Rhodes?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And did you all, were you acquaintances who talked and texted occasionally?
Is it
Yeah, we
neighbor?
weren't really all that close. We didn't know each other for very long. It was just on occasion we would see each other.
Okay. And what type of car were you driving back then?
It was a 2016, I believe, Dodge Charger.
What color?
It was black.
And was it your car?
No, it was a rental car through Enterprise, but it was in my name.
And how long had you had it?
It's been so long, I'm not really sure.
More than
Probably
more than a weekend?
More than a weekend, yeah.
Was there a point where he borrowed the car?
Yeah, he borrowed it once and brought it right back to me, and then the second time he borrowed it, it didn't come back.
Do you
And was the back seat
recall,
missing when it came back?
when this was?
No, honestly, it's so long ago. It was warm outside. I know that.
In relation to, well, did a detective question you about this?
Yes, ma'am.
This is a
Do you
neighbor who
recall
owned a car.
when that was?
I can't really give you dates
Okay.
exactly.
As it says in the
Did
scroll
the
at the bottom
detective
of the
question you
screen.
at the time? There were a lot of detectives at the scene doing an investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
How long before that had Mr. Rhodes borrowed the car?
It was the day when the car didn't come back. That's when detectives came and knocked on my door.
Okay. And you said 2 days before that was when he borrowed it for a short period of time?
Yeah, it was back to back, one day and then the next day. So he borrowed it 2 times, and then the second time didn't come back, and that's when the detectives were at my door.
Do you recall what day you told the detectives that he borrowed it?
No, ma'am.
If you saw a transcript of your interview, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, is this a thing? In what world is it cheaper to rent a car from Enterprise than to actually own it? Is that how does the math work on that? Because it costs me like $300-400 a week to rent a goddamn car.
Yeah, no. That I mean, unless they do like long-term rentals, but I mean,
Okay.
what? You just do a lease agreement.
Yeah.
That's right.
Does that, do you remember now when you borrowed
Yeah.
When your
day
credit
was it?
sucks.
Saturday.
Fair.
it? And that was the day he had it just for however long he was supposed to have it?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the second time he borrowed it, you said he didn't bring it back?
It didn't come back, and that's when I talked to detectives.
And did you ever get the car back?
No.
Okay. As far as you know, did detectives eventually seize the car?
Yeah, it was in evidence.
Um,
Okay. I wonder how that
Did
affects the
you
rental agreement.
No, Mr. Rhodes.
Sorry,
had
the car is now in custody.
Yes, I believe it was a Mazda. I've seen him drive a Mazda, light blue Mazda 4-door.
light blue Mazda. Okay.
And did you see the back seat of the Mazda?
And did you tell detectives that he usually drove a light blue Mazda?
No, I don't believe I did.
One second. If I showed you a part of your interview, would that help refresh your recollection?
He had a Charger. They lost the back seat to the Mazda that the defendant owned or used or did something with.
Well, see, and yet the prosecution's trying to make the argument that it just never existed. They didn't lose it because it never entered their custody.
Yes, ma'am.
So did you let detectives know which car he usually drove
Yes, ma'am.
when he wasn't borrowing yours?
Yeah.
What were you all doing that Saturday when police came?
You were moving?
And by you, I mean you and your roommate.
Yeah,
Sorry, not to be
yeah.
clear. Had you ever been in the blue Mazda?
No, ma'am.
And did detectives take DNA samples from you and anybody who you were friends with who'd been in your Charger?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
I bet there's, I bet he takes a lot of DNA samples from fellow prisoners.
Let Mr. Rhodes borrow your Dodge Charger, and you were renting that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have any idea how many Dodge Chargers are in Louisville in 2016, correct? When Mr. Rhodes picked up that vehicle from you, there was no one with him in the car, correct?
No, ma'am.
And when he dropped the vehicle off, there was no one with him in the car, correct?
First time?
Either time.
Well, the first time there's nobody in the car. The second time I didn't see it because it didn't ever come back to me. So
And you actually received a text from Mr. Rhodes that told you he was in Elizabethtown, correct?
honestly, it's been so long, I can't really recollect that. I don't know. It was in 2016. I don't really remember details like that.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect? All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Exactly. Well, that was quick.
Next one's Thomas
A
Conway. Just on the next
receptacle.
witness.
Kelly R, thank you so much. Got to think like a thief. Yeah. Thank you so much for the super chat. And Cindy Lou, who remember for 6 months, that's half a year. Super. Maybe they're using cyber crimes to create credit cards to rent cars.
Be sure to tell the truth in the whole truth. Thank you.
Cindy Lou, who do any of these people look like they have the ability to commit cyber crimes? As was mentioned earlier, this is the battle of these 70s IQs.
Thank you, sir.
Please have your name, please.
My name is Chris Rutherford.
Where do you work?
I am employed by the Louisville Metro Police Department, and I'm currently
Chris Rutherford talks fast.
assigned to LMPD's homicide unit in the cold case section now.
How long have you been with LMPD?
I've been with LMPD since 2008, summer of 2008.
And how
This is
long
the
with
second guy that's been on the stand
It's the
whose ears
summer
do
of
not match his head.
2015, so a little over 8 years.
When did you move over to cold case?
About a year and a half ago, last June.
So in 2016, you were with active cases.
Yeah, I was on what we refer to as the fresh side.
The fresh
Did
side.
you have some involvement in the case we're here to discuss?
I did.
It looks like initially you dealt with fingerprints to some extent.
Correct. It taken a little while to identify the victims, so I was kind of involved in that process, scouring like records for missing persons, and then I transported the fingerprints, I believe, to the Department of Homeland Security to have them run them through their database to see if we could identify the victims that way.
And as far as you know, that led to no leads, correct?
Correct. They had no record of the victims on file.
And is that
Not
confidential?
sorry.
Yes,
And then on May 24th, did you become more involved in the case?
I did. On the 24th of May, I was requested to respond over to the Hyde Avenue, I think it's called the Hyde Gardens Apartments, to attempt to locate Chris Jensen. The defendant had been arrested in a car that Mr. Jensen had rented. And so I was assigned to attempt to find him and conduct an interview of him to see what he could tell us.
And
Gollum
were you
sure
able to
cleans up
locate
nicely,
Jensen?
though.
We were.
And did he tell you whatever you need, whatever you asked him?
He did.
While you were talking to Mr. Jensen, did you learn what car the defendant usually drove?
Correct. We were able to get a description of a vehicle that the defendant was known to drive and then subsequently located it in the apartment complex.
Did you personally see the vehicle?
I did.
And can you describe for the jury anything you remember about the vehicle?
It was a four-door, I believe it was a Mazda, light blue or silver in color. When I located it upon approaching the vehicle, I believe it was the driver's window was down. There's a strong odor of bleach emanating, like really, really strong odor of bleach emanating that I could actually smell from almost across the parking lot. Looking into the vehicle,
That's
the
a bad
back- the
sign.
Back seat was gone, had been removed, and you could see into the trunk compartment too. And it appeared from the outside at that point that everything in the trunk compartment, like to include the carpeting, had been removed from the trunk.
Okay, so we've got someone that can verify that
Did
prior to it
you
entering police
also
custody,
take
the
other
chair
calls
was
from
missing.
anybody
The back seat was
involved in the
missing.
Correct. Anybody that we had known that been in the vehicle since Mr. Jensen had it, we requested buckle swaps for comparison purposes if they were needed.
And why is that?
For the lab to process any testing, for instance, if you're a known person that's been in that vehicle, they would want your DNA sample to be able to rule you out from somebody else's DNA that was located in that car.
See, now it's a battle of prove the seat was there or
Any
not.
known persons that
Cool.
Mr. Jensen, who's the renter of the vehicle, knew were in his car, we requested DNA samples from.
And at that point in the investigation, did you all have any idea of how much or how little the charger would be involved?
I personally did not.
Oh, stop typing.
Right.
Cowback.
Just 87 and 88. Look at those.
Not you.
That's those photos.
I know.
Yeah, this would be the Mazda that was identified.
Chat doesn't though.
One that was had been operated or known to have been operated by Mr. Rhodes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to admit those as 87 and 88.
No objection. Admitted.
No objection.
That's right.
Okay, and is this as you found it in the apartment complex?
That's correct.
Right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All
But
right.
did you just testify that the windows in that vehicle were down in the picture that you said reflects the way that you found it, the windows were up?
As my recollection is the driver's window was down.
There was no back seat in that vehicle when you found it?
Correct.
And you participated in
The grand jury.
these searches of Hyde
Nope.
Avenue, is that correct?
Correct.
What was your,
Just assisting detective on the search.
did you happen to record any of your search
How so?
on video?
We did not have body cameras at that point.
Thank you. When did LMPD issue body cameras to detectives?
I believe our unit got them in the summer of 2020, July, August-ish timeframe.
Any follow-up?
No, ma'am.
All right, Detective Rutherford, you are free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones-Brown?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll call Rebecca Kimmer.
Rebecca Cameron. And while Rebecca Cameron's coming up, we have Nicholas Starhouse trial watch. Nicholas, what's up, brother? This guy's memory had to be refreshed with itemized lists. How else is he supposed to remember what the DA wants him to say? Exactly. Oh, she's a forensics. We got a
Hi.
forensics
This is
on the
Sylvia. We swear to
stand.
tell the truth and the whole truth. Thank you. You may have a seat.
We got a high ponytail, and she's old. Never mind.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Kimmer, Kimmer, and I'm a crime scene technician with Global Metro Police Department, where I have worked for approximately 10 years.
Her name's Rebecca? Is that what they said? Hi, Jerry.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Hi, my name is Rebecca Kimmer, Kimmer, and I'm
Well,
a
see, we
crime
need
scene
to,
technician
is
with
Rebecca
Global Metro
spelled
Police
the
Department,
correct way or the
where I
whole
have
way? That's
worked
what I
for
want to know.
approximately 10 years.
What do you do with the crime scene?
I assist the
I'm gonna
detectives
say the
and officers
correct
on
way?
crime scenes that they may have. So we document, we go out, we photograph,
your
we
spell? The
video.
whole
way- the whole way
collect
has the
and
H in it,
obtain
right?
DNA or evidence.
No, it's the other way around.
From the scene. At that point, we bring it back to the office and
Interesting.
do our further testing where we then package and
know.
transport to the property room.
And on May 24th, 2016, did you respond to 763 Hyde Avenue, Unit 2?
Yes.
What were you?
On that evening, myself and technician Stevenson responded. We were responding to do a search warrant for Blue Star, which is a chemical that we are able to spray on. It enables us to see blood that's not visible with the naked eye. So it will fluoresce in a bright blue color with the presence of blood.
And did you do that at this location?
We did do that.
Where did you spray this?
We sprayed throughout the entire condo. We focused on the living room and then a bathroom.
And were you didn't know anything independently about this case, right?
I did not.
Okay, so just whatever the detectives told you to do.
That's right.
And you don't know where they were getting their information.
I do not.
So when you sprayed it, what
Settle down.
So typically, once we spray, if the presence of blood is there, it will fluoresce in a bright blue color.
And is that, do you have to have the lights off to see that? Or
We have to keep the lights off and our cameras go on different settings in order to capture that luminescence.
and back then, like, for instance-
Why would you draw your
not.
eyebrows unevenly like that?
So did you attempt to take pictures?
We did attempt to get photos.
Mm.
Unfortunately, the camera was
Take
not
attention from
cooperating.
what she's saying.
At that point, we decided to try to capture the presence and the positive reaction on video, and that was not successful either.
So what do you do next if you can't memorialize that?
So once we determined that that was not successful, we moved on, and at that point, we just
Myth.
decided to take up the entire rug and carpet, along with the carpet padding throughout.
They don't even match. It's like, I want to look quizzical.
We worked well together, pulling it up that night. We just
I really
cut
like The
and
Rock. Make me look
pulled
like
it
The
up,
Rock.
basically.
And was that carpet?
I got the hots for Dwayne Johnson.
That carpet was collected, and I
Give me an
transported
homage.
that back to the crime scene unit. At that time, it was 633 West Jefferson.
So how many pieces, or like, did you have to cut it up? Did you roll it up?
So once we took the entire carpet. We took it back to the office, laid it out, and at that point, in a more controlled environment, I was able to get better photos. And then I did carpet cuttings of areas that were presumptive to be blood. And those were
Defendant's
then
mom's
sent
got to
off,
be
testing.
royally pissed. Not only did her son allegedly murder, well, somebody murdered 2 kids in her house, but they also took the carpet.
And then, yes,
God.
Two large things.
it was 2 large things, yes.
And did you have to cut them into smaller pieces?
Once I got back, I did smaller cuttings to send those off to KSP. for
Amber
testing.
helper.
How do you know what pieces to send to KSP?
It's, you do presumptive testing that show up for blood, and then anything that I could see that was visible, I cut those pieces as well.
And we throw around acronyms so much, sometimes don't notice when I'm doing it. We say KSP, what are we talking
Oh,
about?
Kentucky State Police, I'm sorry.
And they run a crime lab?
They do, yes.
And is it your intention that they do a DNA test?
That's right.
Yes.
Show you 89 through 90.
Thank you.
Those photos.
It wasn't just the favorite carpet, it was the carpet. Like all the carpet. Like the carpet.
It's a face mullet.
Face mullet, wow.
I do. Yes.
I wonder if she does that. Like when she changes emotions, she changes the direction of her eyebrows. Like I'm angry, she
What
just draws
movie
them
was
like
that?
Spock.
Go through each picture and you just tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, so that's the carpet that we rolled back, and then the padding underneath there. And that's the padding.
Yep, there ain't no more carpet in
So
that
that's
house.
the padding once we removed the carpet itself.
Good
Is
Lord.
this the
They took
This is the living
the
room, yes.
carpet.
kitchen to our backs?
Yes, and then the little hallway to the left up there is the entrance foyer from the entry exit door.
So y'all just move the furniture to the side?
Mhm. I think that evening, they, in order, once we did everything that we needed to do process-wise, the detectives moved the couch and whatnot out onto the small patio there.
We literally tied the room together.
Again, that's just more of the padding with the photo
Oh,
or
I
the,
almost hit a button and
stain
deafened
movie.
everyone. No buttons.
and in this photo, this is where we started to peel back the padding underneath, and that was just the floor there where it had soaked through,
Oh, God.
and just documenting the stains. Again, with the documentation.
So they
of
took the
stains.
carpet but not the
It was just
underlay and left the blood
layering, so We
behind?
just photographed layers as we took each layer.
Dumbasses.
No,
Again, that's
they just took a layer by
these-
layer.
You all wearing gloves during this?
Yes.
And they
more
just left
documentation
mama
of
with
the
bare
stains and the-
fucking concrete floors where
layering.
murders took
And is
place.
this the areas where the Blue Star reacted?
Yes. And then that's just the padding again, once more. Again, with the padding.
Oh, I badly want to make a joke about her being used to it, but I
And so
know
you
that would
said
be
that was,
inappropriate.
you have to dry that or?
Yes, so that carpet was saturated. And so at that point, we took it back to the office. We laid down, we have brown paper that we lay down. We laid that down and then laid the carpet on top of that in order to let it dry on its own.
It's the court clerk that's
Is that-
typing
as far
Morgan
as
Day.
photos, is that-
Yes,
other
other, yes.
The next day, were you called to another location?
So yes, so later that evening, I believe, may I refer to my report?
Are you unable to recall?
I don't recall the time.
Ooh, Porcelain Thunder, bring in the humor. Now that is a substain.
I believe it was, so we were called back out at 2:56 in the morning to another search warrant.
So would that have been on the 25th?
Yes,
Obviously, May 2016.
yes.
Where were you called?
We were called to 6508 Hackle Drive.
Do you recall where that is?
It's in the 3rd Division. I believe it's off Cane Run Road, if memory serves correctly.
It's not the judge typing. The
We
judge
were
has no
called to
reason to
that
be typing.
location in an attempt to
She
collect
just plays with her
evidence
phone.
that the homicide detectives had been notified was there in a dumpster.
What manner of location was that?
It was the rear of an apartment building. There were 2 dumpsters back there, and they had knowledge of evidence in those dumpsters.
And so were there detectives already there when you got there?
Yes.
And what was your role at that?
So my role was again to photograph, document the scene as is. And at that point, we started going through each dumpster and pulling every item out one by one, photographing and documenting what was in the dumpster.
Was it standard dumpster?
Yes,
Um,
it was a functioning apartment complex. So.
Almost a standard dumpster.
I'm just gonna start with this while he keeps numbering. Right now. it's number 9.
She looks like a Muppet. Postcards from the edge. How many cats do you think she has? None. She probably dissected them all. While she's staring at that, Kelly R., thank you so much. All the stains on this mint. It was time. And Unhung Hero, thank you. Substain, and sub penis, the state of Kentucky. All right. Wow. Thank you for that cough. See, that's one of the mysteries of the court microphones. How they pick up the court camera, but they could the court clerk, they pick up the papers rattling, but they can't pick up the voice of anybody.
It's so
You
weird.
said 134? 33, thank you.
Maybe they need to install NVIDIA broadcast that the AI handle it.
Mountain Dew.
What are we looking at there?
We're just looking at the beginning of the photos with the top layer of the trash and debris. These are articles of burnt, looks like towels and blankets.
For those of you that don't know, they dumped the 14-year-old
Another
boy and the
blanket or
16-year-old
partial
boy
towel.
in the dumpster and set the
And
dumpster
then
on
just more of the
fire.
burnt evidence. Again, with the burnt, that's one of the comforters that was removed.
Did you all start taking stuff out?
Did. So once we initially looked into the dumpster, realized everything's in there, we started to slowly peel back the layers. So we would photograph, take out, photograph again, and then go back for another, what I would say, like a layer. And again, this is just another photo of once we cleared off that top portion.
So there was.
Yeah,
there
they were
would've been
already
debris
dead.
Covering this layer in the beginning.
That's right.
They were murdered in the place where you saw the
And
carpet.
this
They were
was
put
the
in
pink blanket that
plastic
was on top
bins,
there in the previous
carted
photo.
to an
We just pulled it out
abandoned
and laid it
lot,
out as best
thrown
we
in a
could.
dumpster, and the
This is a
dumpster was
pillow
set
that
on
we
fire.
located in there, and at the top left corner, there's a blue latex glove that had been burned and melted onto the pillow. Again, this is another towel that was kind of folded, wadded over inside of a latex glove. This was looks like maybe a body pillow of sorts, just a very long pillow that was also in there and burned. We took it off and took it out in the photograph. This is one of the sheets that came out of the dumpster. And this was the bottom of the dumpster. Once we pulled those other items out, this was the bottom. Again, just full of typical debris. It's just another angle. And at this point, we started to go a little bit further down where we located, I believe that to be a pillowcase, maybe. And just a different angle there. And then again, just a different angle. And this is where the detective is just slowly pulling things out so that I can photograph and as he's taking them out. And then this is another that we just laid there on the pavement. Just getting up close on the stains there that we found.
Jack Delight says, how were the bodies on the floor? Because that's where they killed them. They killed them on the living room floor.
Where we were able to get a better look at it. So once we laid down the paper, we were able to see better and then lay it out in a more organized fashion, if you will. And at that point, we also will look for different defects or anything that we can see with the naked eye. And then again, this is just back at the office where we laid things out again, getting better photos in a more controlled environment. That looks to be the same as the previous, looks like a fitted sheet, possibly. I believe this was a pillowcase, if I'm not mistaken. And then just possible staining there that we wanted to document. And this is a pillow that I spoke on earlier. This was a shoe that we recovered out of the dumpster that we brought back with us. And then this is the cell phone that we recovered. This is that glove that I spoke on with the rag inside that was turned inside out, knotted in blue latex glove.
So at the time, do you know which of this evidence might have anything to do with this case?
We don't.
So do you have to?
I don't.
Collect everything?
We do.
Did you all collect absolutely everything for the dumpster, or did you make decisions about?
They made decisions on what they wanted me to collect.
Who made those decisions?
The detectives that were on scene.
Was that Detectives Peter and Metzler?
Yes.
So when you collect these items, this is what the wire part is.
Yes.
Does this case have a lot of boxes of evidence?
Yes. A lot.
No, we get to watch an unboxing of the evidence. That's always thrilling. And the unbagging. Oh,
As long as the prosecutor doesn't point it at the jury, we're all good.
Yes.
oh, see, I want to play the what's in the box clip, but I'm not sure if the clips will be presented at the same volume our microphones are, or it will deafen everyone. I'll hold off. No buttons today.
Evidence from the case.
That Pew beard is starting to annoy me.
These are examples of evidence from the case.
Yes. So this is Exhibit 67, which is a burnt blanket that was recovered.
It's Fort Kimmer.
This is 64C, Exhibit 64C, which is a cutting from Exhibit 64.
Did you?
Jesus, prosecutor chick. Mix some conditioner into your hair washing retinue. Jeez.
Any objections
Condition
subject to
that.
this prior discussion? Great, thank you, Heather.
Taking them both all the way out.
If you could just like maybe pull them out. Why are
Judge's
there
lunch order
items
showed up.
on
Oh
this item?
no.
White orange stickers indicate
Katie
it's
Buck,
a
no.
biohazard, whether that be blood, body fluids, it's a biohazard. So that's just indicative for everyone coming in contact with it.
And is that on every piece of evidence that might have bodily fluids on it?
Yes.
Okay, nothing specific to this case.
No, just in general. This is 134. The blanket.
All right, we don't need to go through this.
With the information for each case number, name, location, and date, and then
The biohazard sticker on it. Ugh.
evidence stickers there, and the evidence stick goes across, so that once that seal is broken, it can be signed and then documented down here as to who broke the seal, on what date and time was it broken. And then typically there's a location.
And does the blue tape signify something?
This looks like it went to the lab, so they opened it. once they did their testing. You want me to take it all the way out?
If you could just show them, I don't know.
Have to drop it.
Just like we're having one tape. And I'm just gonna walk up here and say it's.
Chuki show, yes, he's been behaving.
Yes.
Wow, it's a DVD-R box. How old is that box?
Oh, at least 7 years.
They're testing, they've been circulated that they tested for DNA.
Okay, it's the floor padding, obviously.
They label by items. They don't know what items it covers.
Smell from that would just be revolting.
I'm not open anymore, but I just want to.
You do not want me to open it?
No.
Okay.
Are these other items? Just if you could look at them. Tell us if these are other items.
I guess we all remember that trial.
This is 64B, which
That was
is
the Murdoch
another
trial,
cutting
wasn't
from
it?
the padding and the carpet that was collected that evening. This is 63A and 63B, which are more cuttings from Exhibit 63, which is the carpet and the padding. This is 64B, another cutting from Exhibit 64. Here we have 63E and 63F, which are two cuttings from.
Are they going to open them or just say what's in it? If they're just going to say what's in it, then why the hell is it even here?
And if you open these, would they look very similar?
Yes.
Then why did you bring them? How do we know that's what's in there?
That'd
It
be
could
great. Thank you,
literally be
Captain.
the judge's lunch. Eric,
So from the
Eric Foams, go
carpet.
timeout. You
Top carpet.
5 minutes in the
Yes.
penalty box
Did
for
you-
instigating. They're
you
not
submitted
touching
that
each
to the
other's
lab
boxes.
to do it
Stop
in
it.
square pieces?
Yes,
And how, do you have a notation of how many pieces got sent to the lab?
I do not. I wasn't the lead technician, so I was not in charge of sending those items off for testing.
Would the lab have that?
Yes. Yes.
And then.
Hey,
um,
Solomon, what's up? Good to see you,
What
brother.
did you note? Okay, so from the apartment, you all collected
hey.
carpet padding, and then you may have subdivided that into various pieces.
That's right.
Did you collect anything else from the apartment?
Yes, so along with the carpet cuttings and the padding, we also collected one clear glass vase that had a brown artificial floral arrangement in it that had possible blood, and then we collected a silver mirrored vase with another brown artificial floral arrangement that may have also had possible blood. And those are the only things that I collected from that apartment.
When you went to the dumpster, we saw a lot of pictures that you said earlier that not every single, like you all wouldn't have collected, I don't even know, something on the bottom of the dumpster that, I won't put words in your mouth. Were there things from the dumpster you didn't collect? That's right. Okay. What was an example of the type of stuff you all were collecting?
We were mainly looking for items that appear to be burned, items that may have had possible blood or staining that could have been consistent with possible blood. We were looking for those type of items. Items that resembled bedding, we were looking for items such as that as well.
And if we could go through and if you could just tell the jury, you don't have to read the whole summary of each item, but just a blanket, whatever.
Okay.
Obviously, we have a blanket already.
Okay, so exhibit 67 was a burnt pink blanket, which is the exhibit that I just showed. Exhibit 68 was a burnt brown and green pillow. That's the one with the blue latex gloves that was burned to the top there. Exhibit 69, they were various burnt pieces of a towel. Exhibit 70 was a possible
All right, I'll have a look.
blue plastic tote that was partially melted. It was burned with miscellaneous dumpster items. That included a brown and white White Castle bag. And that I did note down here that had a strong odor of gasoline when we collected that. Exhibit 71 was a burnt blue, blue, purple, green, and white twin bed sheet. 72 was a burnt green and white fitted sheet. Exhibit 73 was a burnt, damaged black and silver Samsung cell phone. That was the cell phone that I showed. Exhibit 74 was a burnt, damaged black HTC cell phone. Exhibit 75 were three brown carpet
HTC.
cuttings
I haven't heard about an HTC cell phone in a minute.
that were located in the bottom of the dumpster. Exhibit 76 was a burnt white towel. Exhibit 77 was one partial burnt white sock. Exhibit 78 was one burnt green and white bed pillow. Exhibit 79 was one blue latex glove with the white fabric or cloth that was rolled into it. Exhibit 80 was one burnt black and silver Nike brand athletic shoe. And it was unknown at that time if it was a left or right shoe. Exhibit 81 was one burnt Reebok brand athletic shoe. Again, unknown if it was left or right. Exhibit 82 was one burnt white towel. Exhibit 83 was one burnt white and yellow flat sheet with some type of orange fabric that was attached to it. Exhibit 84 was one piece of miscellaneous burnt fabric. Exhibit 85 was one burnt Air brand athletic shoe. Again, unknown if it was left or right. Exhibit 86 was a cut piece of white knotted fabric. And exhibit 87 was one white, blue, and red Murphy USA brand lighter.
And were all those items properly packaged and stored at CSU?
Yes, so they were all transported and secured in CSU that evening. At what point I then photographed everything individually. I was able to get a better look at everything, document anything that I thought could possibly be blood or defects, and they were then packaged and transported to the property room for safekeeping.
Is the property room a secure location?
Yes,
And is it from the property room that they're sent to the lab?
Yes.
Does the lab then send them ultimately back to the property room?
yes.
And
We actually go pick them up. We transport them back and forth.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
I finally threw away, like about 2 months ago, I finally threw away my original Palm Pilot.
Why?
We haven't spoken before today.
No.
Okay.
Why
I
not?
bet you started and I missed how long you've worked for the LMPD.
I'm sure we probably could have donated it to a museum or something.
And has it always been in the CSU unit?
Yes.
Prior to that, you worked outside someplace else.
I mean, shit,
Or-
that,
Always
that would have
been
been
a
around when the
full-time
Pharaohs were alive, wouldn't
I
it?
mean, prior to working for LMPD.
Oh, yes, prior to that, I worked for Norton Brownsboro Hospital. I was a medical lab technician there.
So you started off talking about, I think, photos and things.
Yes.
You may not know
Nostalgia.
this.
Purely
but
nostalgia.
I just got, when I say just got, I mean like 10 minutes before you got on the witness stand, just got this video. Do you know what's on this video?
I don't.
Okay. This, I was told, but I haven't had a chance to watch it, is maybe from the scene.
It's back a
of
little
the,
bit.
Search warrant on Hyde Avenue.
Yes.
All right. When I watch this, what will I see?
It's probably most likely going to be a dark video. That is the video that we took in an attempt to capture the Blue Star reaction when we couldn't get the Blue Star reaction on our camera. So then we attempted to do video and we were not able to capture it.
So you said dark video. I just want to make sure what you mean, because
It will be dark.
Like-
There should be darkness. The lights were off. It needs to be total darkness in order to capture those results. And so it will be completely blacked out.
And when you say that, you mean, and I won't see any results either.
No, not on this video. We were not able to capture it on that video. Unfortunately.
I assume that you folks, I mean, I know you're in the CSU, you're in the, what's it stand for? I know.
Crime scene unit?
Thank you.
Mhm.
Oh, no, tell me they took pictures.
You guys are made of procedures, right? You have procedures on top of procedures.
Yes.
Oh, tell me
So
they
when you make a
photographed the
video
results.
Like this, what's the procedure?
In terms of,
What happens to it? I mean, you don't.
Okay, so what they're talking about here, if you didn't catch the little bit earlier, they sprayed the Blue Star around. It's like luminol that gives you the presumptive blood results. You know, you see all the pictures with like the big glowing blue stuff.
The
that is
Jackson Pollock
presumed to
paintings,
be blood.
basically.
Yeah. Well, they did that, and then they took a video of it, but the light was too low, so it didn't pick up anything on the video. So the cops are saying it was a blue extravaganza. It was this Jackson Pollock painting. It was this Jackson Pollock painting. It just blew everywhere. But the defense are clearly saying, oh, so you can't see the results either, meaning we can't see that there was any blood there, correct? So I'm just saying, I hope they took actual photographs of the blue light to compensate for the lack of anything showing up on the video.
I put in your pocket, leave with it.
no, at that time in 2016, our videos then became exhibits. So our video then turned into Exhibit 62, which was scene video. We labeled those, they became an exhibit, and they were.
They didn't take photos.
So did you know that this was something that we just got today, this afternoon?
When you told me just now.
Just now?
Yeah.
Okay, I was curious.
Get her, Colonel Sanders, get her.
So somewhere along the lines from, were you the one actually holding the camera?
Yes.
Somewhere along the lines of you holding the camera in this courtroom, something did not go right.
Right.
If I'm just getting it now, 7 years later.
Well, not that it didn't go right. We were attempting to capture the results of the Blue Star on video. We were not able to capture it due to the lighting.
So
and
something didn't go
the
right.
camera has to have a certain amount of filtering settings in order to capture those results. We thought we might be able to get it on video. We were not able to. It was just an attempt made.
That wasn't the part of going right. I meant that you have procedures set up, so if you record something on the video, everybody knows about it. It goes in the case.
Yes, yes.
Right. So you would assume that if you make a video, it doesn't pop up 7 years later in the middle of the trial, right? That's not the way it's supposed to
Well,
work.
it was still considered an exhibit, so it could, because it's at that point, it's Exhibit 62. So it's still evidence.
Right, but like these.
Objection, she's making a legal conclusion.
Y'all knew about them and they all came to this courtroom. This was news.
Typically they were on a small cassette.
Not necessarily that she's
So
wrong, but she's
someone
still
obviously
not
put that
qualified.
onto that disc. I'm not aware of when it was put onto that disc, but back in 2016, when we would finish a video, we would label the video with our name, the date, the time that we did the video, and the case information, and then we would secure it not in a box, but in an envelope with the same labeling as that labeling there that you see, and labeled Exhibit 62.
And you would expect that to go to the officers. the
Yes.
detectives,
Yes,
okay,
yes,
And the.
That we would have, yes.
prosecution and defense and everybody.
yes. Anyone that needed access to that, yes.
Just like all these other.
That's right. Yes.
So you would agree with me that something went sideways if the first time we're all getting it is today. not crouching at you.
No, yes, yes, that's a fair assumption.
You're saying that when I look at this sometime later on today or tonight, that it will be a completely
darkness.
total darkness, black
Yes.
video with nothing on it.
That's right.
Oh my God. Oh dear.
I think you said you took photos that also were basically black,
Yes, we were not able to capture it, unfortunately, yes.
which is why we haven't seen those up on the screen, and we have, right?
Yes, probably so, yes.
Oh dear.
It's just darkness.
Darkness. Hello, darkness, my old
And-
friend.
This is probably a dumb question, but I'm gonna ask anyway. There isn't a second video, like you didn't have one, when you went in, for example, you didn't have one walking in
Oh,
the
no.
door, when you're doing everything else. So
No.
at scenes, the CSU does make videos and did make videos back then, right?
Yes,
So at the time that you were there executing, I know you weren't the one executing the warrant, but you're part of the team.
yes.
That was not considered a scene worthy of videotaping?
So typically, the videos are done on the initial scene itself. So the very first response location where the actual crime took place or where they were called initially, those videos are done immediately. So on a homicide scene that we get called out, we will start with scene video and then we will do our photos. On a search warrant such as this, we typically do not do a video. This video was only done in an attempt to capture the positive blue star reaction.
Would you
So we
just
went a little bit out of order with that one.
The, you may not know this, so tell me if this is outside the scope. Did you know that there were 2 warrants and searches at that location on High?
That part I'm not aware.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask you about stuff you
Okay.
don't know. You were only involved in a single search of that.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, I'm gonna pivot to, am I right that there were only 2 locations, I'm gonna say locations, 2 locations you went to?
Yes, for myself that night, yes.
And only 2 locations on this case, right?
For me, yes.
For you?
Yes,
I'm only talking about.
yes.
So let's talk about the other location. The other location was a dumpster,
Mhm.
and the dumpster was really on it may not be the exact opposite side of town, but it's pretty close.
Pretty close, you're
Pretty
right.
close. It's
They're
southwest.
both here snoring, which you would see if you would unleash the doggo cam.
When you
achievement
got to the dumpster, you were
in
not the first
about
people from
$60.
LMPD on the scene.
That's right.
Do you remember how many people were already there?
and the
If
Labrador
memory
bring
serves
to-
correctly, there were 3 detectives there. Yes,
And do you know how long they've been there?
I do not.
That's not your job, right? You know-
No.
You were, once you arrived, does that make you in charge of the scene, or are other people still in charge of the
They're
scene?
still in charge of the scene.
Okay.
We're an assist unit, so we work at their direction.
I was trying to give you promotion, I guess.
Thank you.
And how many people from your unit arrived? I know you were there. Were you the only person there?
No, myself and technician Stevenson. She has since retired, but she was my assist that evening.
Is that a normal 2 people kind of?
Typically, if we work a big case, we typically work together so that we can assist one another.
If that's the case, and tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm not sure. Does that mean one person is doing more of the physical handling, the other person's maybe memorializing with the camera? Or,
Sometimes, but typically we pretty much help each other out. It's an equal job. So
While you're there doing that, do you have the detectives pitch in? Are they doing that too? Or are you the only one
Thank you,
who's
Rose.
touching?
we are just
Sorry.
us. Yes, yeah.
Um,
Typically, we try to keep the fewer hands involved. Typically,
When you arrived at the scene, I shouldn't say scene, at that location, there was no fire going then.
No.
There was no any fire that was there. It was out.
yes.
It's a dumpster, so one of the issues for you is you're not sure what items could have been in there before that have nothing to do with you.
Mhm.
I couldn't tell, but it looks sort of like normal size dumpsters.
It was standard.
Some huge industrial size. So you were using your best judgment to determine which items were had evidentiary value and which did not.
That's right.
And you were also getting some input from the detectives there. as
Majority
well.
of the input.
Majority,
yes.
okay. So when you say majority, you mean that they're telling you that item matters. I don't think that item does. I'm not trying, you tell me, is that right or is that wrong?
We were kind of bouncing ideas off of one another. Again, we were going by what we could see visibly with the naked eye. If something appeared to be blood, we really honed in on that. And then burnt items that appeared to be heavily damaged or that were close in proximity to one another that looked like they had all been dumped together. That's kind of what we were looking at, if that helps.
But an item that had previously been in that dumpster, if there was a fire, would still be burned.
True. Yes, that's true. Some of the things like the latex glove and the pillow, they had kind of meshed together. Some of the things you could tell that were inside that tote, they may have had a little bit of blue plastic still on them. Again, we were working at their direction. So kind of going by what they instructed.
Okay. And as you were taking items out, you're also photographing them, and we saw a whole bunch of photos.
Yes.
Right. For the most part, unless something, I think that one was like stuck. For the most part, everything that is evidence worthy gets its own photo, right?
Yes.
Unless you're stuck together or
Yes.
something like that.
Yes.
So we saw a whole bunch. I don't know. I think it was, my math is right, 34 photos.
I'm
from the
talking to
dumpster.
myself.
That's right, okay.
I talk to the dogs occasionally.
And there wasn't anything that didn't get photo, right? That's a terrible sentence. Everything got photo.
Yes.
Photographed.
Yes.
There is no photo of a car seat. Back seat.
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, I mean, you just saw
Yeah,
photos,
no,
right?
yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
And also you have some, I mean, we all don't have perfect recall from 7 years ago, but you remember the event, right? And the reason there's no photo of a big old car seat is because when you got there, as far as what you saw, you didn't see a car seat.
That's right.
If you had seen a car seat, you certainly would have taken a picture of it.
That's right.
If you had taken a car seat into evidence, you would have
Packaged it.
would have
And,
packaged it.
yes.
All right, there we go. They're saying that's the second one that's saying there was no car seat there, implying the defendant ripped it out because it was soaked in blood or something like that.
So anything like that, you certainly would have taken a photo of, and you would remember probably.
Yes.
And you're sitting here under oath today, and you're saying no car seat.
No question.
Turn your volume up, hey B.
So any car seat that was there would have been gone before you arrived.
Yes. I did not document or collect a car seat.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Right, Direct?
Yes, just circle back to the video.
Okay.
On that, back in 2016, you took the video, correct?
Yes.
And you're saying it was on a cassette?
Yes.
Was that, like, did you have a video camera?
So we had handheld camcorders that actually still used the small cassette tapes at that time. They were very tiny.
When you got, and were you able to review
Technology.
it on scene?
No, no. I mean, we could see
So
the
you could
screen itself that it was coming up black. So, but we didn't actually go back and replay anything at that time.
But you could see as it was filming?
Yes.
It wasn't-
Yes.
And then you took the cassette back with you, and what did you do with it?
Again, once we get it back to the office, it becomes an exhibit.
Yeah, they mean the
So we then will
entire
label the
back
exhibit,
seat of a
exterior
car.
of the tape with the case number, the date, our initials, and the exhibit number that we've assigned, and the description, which was scene video, which then became exhibit 62.
Exhibit 62 listed on the CSU.
Yes,
Is that the CSU report that we all worked on?
yes,
So everybody's known it was listed in the report, even though we didn't have it.
yes, it's in my report.
So, hold on, let me let the light come on. Maybe that's it. All right.
That's probably it.
Okay, so I'm gonna just hit play.
Again, in order to capture the results for the Blue Star reaction, it needs to be total blackness. That's why you see this dark video here.
Yeah, they're right over there. You can go move them.
Nick Star, if you're still in chat, do you ever look at your
So-
Twitter
It's
DMs?
gonna be another 8 minutes of this.
Yes.
Okay.
I
So that's
thought you
just
were
trying to-
sending that
capture
super
the
chat a
results.
while ago to
Mhm.
remind us you were going to be joining us soon,
Okay, just for the record, can we see the numbers moving 44?
if you're still
45?
here.
Yes.
Is there ever audio with
No.
with CSU? CSUs?
No.
All right, thank you.
Wait, that's the video?
I'm gonna.
Yeah,
stop.
that's the video. That's the video of the Blue Star, presumptive blood all over the goddamn house. That's the video right there.
All I'm saying is right now, if I'm on the jury, I'm sitting there going, I got reasonable doubt that these cops don't even know how to do their jobs.
Well, I would be going, I don't see a fucking drop of blood on that picture. I don't see anything that's even presumptive for blood. I don't see shit.
Yeah, we just got to take the cops' words for it.
Yep. This is evidence that the entire living room and all the plants and everything are soaked in blood. Yeah, this looks like this looks like the final episodes of Game of Thrones, pretty much. Except, well, I guess the volume's about the same too. Now all we need is like a really heavy rainstorm in court to completely ruin everything.
I'm gonna like that one.
Yeah, for some reason it didn't on the
Has
video
CSU,
camera, is what they say.
Made any changes to approve video
Yes.
Video of Blue Star.
Yes.
Okay.
Typically, we do not capture positive reactions of Blue Star on video. We just attempted that evening to see if we could finagle it in a way that it might work, and it did not work. It was not successful, obviously. That was just an attempt that we made to try to capture those positive results.
So if you went out now to a scene, and
We would not video it.
you wouldn't video it at all.
We have new cameras. We would photograph
Is there a better way to photograph now?
with our new cameras. Yes, seems to work better.
What's different about those?
They're just
cameras?
updated. It's just an updated camera.
Are you saying cameras 8 years ago couldn't pick up this shit?
Judge, I don't have any further questions, but
Either that or new techniques are being developed in the meantime.
Yeah, that was my plan, actually. Ms. Kemmer, you are free to
Either way, I
go,
think
but you're
she's
what's
lying,
called
but
subject to recall.
I
which
can't really
means
say
that
that.
If something arises and we
It's,
need to call
it's
you
not
back
about
for a
wasting
specific
tape.
video, that
They
might
just,
occur.
the
So
cops
you
just
cannot
put
be
on
in the courtroom.
evidence that
You might not have been anywhere,
there's
but whether it's
no
a trial, you cannot be in the courtroom.
evidence
But now you're
of
free to
blood
go.
all over the
Thank you.
place.
Sure.
Oh my God, whatever.
You're fine.
Does anybody need a break?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we need a break. All right, we'll skip forward through this break. Nope. Oh, we got, hey, I bet he's on the same team as the last guy. They're wearing the same uniform. But they're on the same team.
Okay.
Scrolling.
I might have noticed there are times during trial when we're dealing with like what's going to come next and how things are going to go. I want to just note that if you see court staff or me or even the attorneys using their phones, that's what we are doing. We're not just goofing off or anything, but we need to be able to take care of business while we're in court as well. Ms. Jones County.
That comes on the heels of our poor unfortunate judge who was not doing important court business while the court was in session, was messing around on her phone, and she's no longer judging. So yeah, please don't report me and make me a meme because we're actually doing shit up here.
Are you ready to call your next witness? Oh, Mr. Cunningham, I'm sorry.
I do have one more issue. That
Okay, sure.
All right. And to whisper quietly amongst themselves about things. Oh.
That's a fair point. 8 years ago, they were probably using a 10-year-old camera, so.
Yeah. They're calling Anwan Carter, who was one of the boys who participated actively. He's one of the ones that flipped. Now, the interesting thing about him is we talked about earlier how he got a plea deal for 10 years for confessing to participating in the 3 murders. He was there on scene witnessing the shooting of Jones, and then he was also allegedly forced to participate in the stabbing of the boys after they reportedly had died, so that they would be involved as well. And anyway, he's one of the ones that confessed and got a 10-year sentence. So there you go. We'll have more to talk about that in a minute. But first, we got John Gordon, who's been a member for 9 months. Fung. Wait, you guys wear gloves when operating evidence? Well, they wear gloves because of Dennis Fung and the O.J. Simpson trial. Yes, 10 years is very lenient, and he's fulfilling his obligations by ratting on ye olde defendant here.
Oh, Your Honor, I'm almost going to call Anwan Carter.
Thank you.
Wow. He's supposed to be one of their main witnesses. That's what the defense alleged in her opening, was that they were going to call.
Mr. Carter, as best you can, I need you to raise your
this
right hand.
guy.
You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth. Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Was this the last witness guy? Okay, I watched. Yeah, this is the guy we got for the rest of the day. We're going to put this down to 1.25 speed, but it makes no difference. I know all of you are going to ask me to turn the speed down because you can't understand him. You can't fucking understand this guy anyway. He mumbles. He's got like the accent of all accents. He's just literally indecipherable. So yeah, you'll see what I mean. He's like, it's not on me, and we're not going to listen to it for an hour and a half on normal speed.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Anwan Carter.
And how old are you, Anwan?
22.
Where do you live these days?
Florida deals.
Where do you live?
And were you here in town in 2016?
I understand. If you could just speak this a little bit louder.
He doesn't.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. Yeah, you want to move the microphone. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham.
So, you know what we're here to discuss. Let's talk a little bit about how you know different people here. How do you know Shakur?
Good.
And were you all very close? What sorts of things would you do with Shakur when you were here?
Hang out. Just go find.
Oh yeah, he has a
females,
speech
hang out with.
impediment too, on top of everything.
Anything else y'all do together?
Fabulous.
No, sorry.
And so he mumbles. He has the accent to end all accents, and he has a speech impediment. So good luck with the. I'm going to be reading the closed captioning with great interest. It should be amusing. Yeah, and see, this kid is 21 years old. He was 16, I believe, when this happened. When he did this, this to me says sociopath. This guy gives zero fucks. And oh yeah, here's one thing I didn't mention. I was just going to say totally not a Russian bot. I forgot to mention one thing. Yeah, he pled guilty to his participation in the murder. He got 10 years for agreeing to testify against the defendant, but he was a minor when he got those 10 years, which means he hit majority, and they paroled him after 3 years. So he served 3 years for this. And then he promptly went over to Florida and got arrested for something else.
Or you got to
Flux.
speak up so they can hear you.
We used to hang out. We used to hang out. We used to smoke. We used to.
I still can't hear you, and if I can't hear you, no one else can.
He does not give a shit about speaking up. That's the third time in a minute and a half he's been told to speak up, and finally they just go, "All right, whatever, do your thing."
We used to play sports. We used to find different females to hook up with.
And did you all grow up together? Did you know him for a long time?
Yes.
And what was his life like?
Yeah, he was homeless for a while.
And so, as a result of his homelessness, how would he get by? What sorts of things would he do?
So we used to steal out of people's cars, sleep over at a friend's house.
And what about you? Did you have people to live with here in town?
Yes.
So how old were you in 2016?
15.
When you were 15, do you remember how much you weighed or how tall you were?
I was about 120 pounds.
So how did you meet Larry?
At school.
And did you meet Maurice at school as well?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with them?
We're the same as Corey. We used to go link up with different females. We used to hang out.
Was there anybody in town that you were closer to than the three of them?
This is the Black
And-
Boomhauer from.
How do you recognize Mr. Rhodes in the courtroom?
Yes.
And what did he go by as far as you know?
Rambo.
And how did you meet Rambo?
Morris and Larry.
And before we get to,
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that response.
Through Morris and
didn't.
Larry.
We didn't either.
how long, when we get into May of 2016, how long had you known Rambo for?
Couple weeks, 2-3 weeks, month.
And it's coming in again.
How many times-
A couple.
How many times had you met him before the night of the first shooting?
I don't know, a couple.
So tell the jury, how did the idea of a shooting happen?
We was in my backyard. We was all smoking.
And let's lay down a little bit. Who's we?
Me, Corey, him, Morris, Larry.
Okay. And what happened?
We was all smoking. He said that somebody got some money in their head, and we just need a gun.
That's what Brice said.
We need a gun.
And just to spell it out, what does that mean? They have a price on their head and we just need a gun.
We get paid to kill somebody. We just need a gun.
Now, at this time, do you know approximately how old Rambo was? Was he older than you guys?
He's way older than us.
I'm sorry?
He's way older than us.
Yeah. Was he bigger than you all?
Yes.
Was he the one that was coming up with the ideas?
Yeah.
So how old
Judge
were,
objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
how old were Maurice and Larry then? Do you know?
Like 15, around my age.
Okay. So when he first proposes this idea to you all, do you think he was serious?
Mhm.
When did you decide that he was serious?
The night we actually did it.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's take a quick break from Mr. Articulate here and bring on an actual Mr. Articulate. It's attorney Andrew F. Branca.
Hey guys,
Oh, no shit.
how's it going? Just a drive-by appearance. I got a phone call I got to do in half an hour, but I had half an hour, so I thought I'd drop in.
Well, this is the best and the worst time. He's the prison snitch. He's. Have you heard anything about this case?
No, nothing.
All right, well, this is a good time for a very quick, very quick rundown. Defendant is apparently the ringleader, 10 years older than everybody else. There's 4 high school kids that were all best friends, 2 guys and 2 brothers. They were all hanging out together. They're driving down the street. They see a guy they think is a gang member that has a hit on him. Defendant allegedly jumps out, shoots the guy to get the reward money. Turns out it wasn't the guy he thought it was. Guy
Awkward.
dies. Yeah. And so then 3 weeks go by. Then they start thinking maybe these 2 brothers are going to rat them out. So defendant guy takes them to his house in the middle of his living room floor, brings one out, puts a mask on him, pulls his ski mask down over him, ties his hands behind his back, stabs him like 20 times, kills him in the living room, then brings out his brother. The 2 brothers were 14 and 16, brings out the 16-year-old and does the same thing to him right next to his brother. Then defendant guy allegedly has this guy and another guy clean up the blood in the house and do some dishes while he puts the guys in a bin, puts the 2 young teens in a bin, drives them down an abandoned lot, throws them in a dumpster, lights them on fire, then buys them all White Castle hamburgers on the way back.
And the legal defense is self-defense.
Yeah, something like that. So yeah. And this guy, he and the other guy both got a 10-year plea deal for confessing and for ratting on the defendant, but he was a minor at the time, so he served 3 years of his 10-year plea deal before he was released, and then he promptly went over to Florida where he got in trouble and is now wearing a prison jumpsuit from Florida.
Nice. And where is this? What state is this? Kentucky.
This
I
is
see. Okay.
Kentucky. Yeah. And the defense is a lot of defense. There's shoe prints that don't match the defendant. There's tire tracks that don't match the defendant's car. There's no fingerprints on the 1 shell casing they found. There's a missing back seat from a car. The defense say the cops lost it. The cops say it was never there.
Oh, Jeff, did you adjust Bronca's mic? You're blowing everyone's ears out.
Oh, is everybody really that? All right, yeah.
Is something wrong?
No, it's.
Am I too hot?
Yeah.
I can go down.
No, I'll do it. I got it. We're masters of levels at this point. It's just them. It's typical court microphone. We've got the court up to 600% and us down at like 25. So that's where I'll slide you down there to 25. All right. There. Now we should all be at the same level. Yeah, and so there's a lot of things. The mother of the 2 murdered boys is the ex-girlfriend of the defendant. So motive, relationship gone wrong, fingering him. And this guy has testified that he actually he helped run over the guy. He admits to stabbing the 2 kids. So it's a whole bunch of shit. But the only problem is he's mumbling. He gives 0 shits. He's a complete sociopath. He has a speech impediment and a deep Southern accent. So he's the star witness, but we can't hear a goddamn thing he's saying. You came at a good time and a bad time. Speaking of coming at a good time, we have actual Santa Claus here. Nicholas, welcome.
Hey.
Hey.
All right.
I heard something about fingering, and here I am.
You came for one. Well, we're not going to give it to you, so there you go. All right, folks. Let's get into. And by the way, while we're doing this, you know where I am because you're here. Aussie Overlord, head on over to Aussie Overlord. Make sure you subscribe to him. Law of Self-Defense. We have here the Andrew Branca. Make sure you go visit him, subscribe, and do all of his things. And Nicholas Starr of Trial Watch as well. Subscribe to them.
I might actually be a responsible father and take this time to duck out because I do have a full day tomorrow and it's now gone 2:30 in the morning. So
Alrighty. Ozzy's out.
Peeps, I'll see you all later.
Take care, man.
Take care, sir. Thanks for popping on by.
Yeah, and
Make sure
I
you
bought
go.
the glove you needed yesterday.
Oh, cool. Thanks. All right, let's do this. We've got Andrew for a limited time. And for the last next 25 minutes, you can sit there and go, what? What? Huh? What?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that one. What?
The night we actually did it.
Thank you.
He's just about to confess to everything.
So, how was the gun acquired?
Corey bought the gun.
And when Corey bought the gun, did he know what did everybody know what the purpose for the gun was, or was it just a coincidence?
Everybody knew what it was for.
All right.
Was this
Had
direct?
you ever done anything like this before? Were you nervous about it? What was your feeling about this?
I wish I wanted to get paid, but then I'm on the fence. It could have went either way. Either or.
At that time, what did you think would have happened if you would have backed out? Did you think about that? Okay. So,
Judge, was there a response to that question?
You nodded your head no, correct?
How do you nod?
Let's get to
no.
the
You shake no. Don't
day
you?
in May. You all get together.
Clear as mud.
How did you first get in touch with the group that day?
We had like me and Corey. He had went over his grandmother's house. While my Maurice and Larry, they was at home. So then when we was gonna get dropped back off of Maurice and Larry's house, they was already gone.
Is he talking backwards?
How did you get around in those days?
Firewalk with me.
We used to catch rides. He used to drop us off. Bikes, everything.
And at that time, did Rambo have a car? Did you have a car?
Rambo?
I didn't have a car of my own.
So who was it that drove you around that night?
Q.
Q. And how do you know Q?
Q's Corey's cousin.
So
Now, Maurice and Larry are the two dead teen brothers.
If this case goes to appeal, these are the kind of appeals I hate to cover because
and we're
there's
talking
so
about
many
two
parties
incidents.
involved. It's like
So
listening
it's
to
easy
your
get
wife's
confused.
story from work, you know?
Talking about the first incident, there was a night where you had a truck, the night of the hit, right?
Yes, yeah. I had stole a truck.
And that was that in order to carry this out, or you were just driving a stolen truck?
I just had a stolen truck.
Okay. So
I was just driving a stolen
what was
truck.
the plan for that night?
That night we were supposed to we was in the backyard again. We all linked up. We had went from the south to the west.
And how did you all know where to go?
I was just following behind.
Okay. So you're following a car. What's the car that you're following?
This is actually the first time in long crime history that the closed captions are helping.
Right. Corey.
And where was everybody seated in the car?
Maurice was driving. Larry in the passenger seat. Brice in the behind Maurice, and Corey on the other side.
And who had the gun?
Brice.
And who knew who the target was?
Judge, speculate.
I'm going to sustain that.
Pretty sure he doesn't know who that is.
I was just following behind.
And people ask me why I carry a gun.
So how long did you all drive around?
Because people like this are walking around in society, folks.
And did anything eventful happen during that time? So
besides murder.
Besides what?
Besides murder. Besides somebody getting shot.
Yeah. Okay. So you're driving along. The car in front of you stops around 41st Street.
Something like that.
Stops somewhere in that area.
Sure.
Should I mute myself, Jeff? I see
No.
you and Nick are muted. Okay.
No, I just got the dog snoring over here, so
Oh, okay.
that's all. People keep thinking it's
The car in
me.
front of you stopped.
Yeah, stop at the end of the block.
And what happens?
I heard somebody say, "You got the street bitch."
And I'm sorry, but we got to have you enunciate clearly so everybody can hear.
Good luck.
What was it that happened?
I heard somebody say, "You got the street bitch." And the shot went off.
Who was the somebody that said that?
Brice.
Could you see Brice at that time?
I didn't see him, but I knew where he was positioned at.
Sorry, please repeat.
I didn't see him, but I knew where he was positioned at.
And you heard or saw the gun go off?
Saw it.
Was it inside of the car, outside of the car?
Yeah, he's like the Benicio del Toro character from The Usual Suspects.
And who was he shooting at?
Somebody in the street.
Have you ever seen that person before?
No.
Did you know anything about that person?
No.
Did that person talk or engage anybody?
I know of.
Was he facing the car or facing away from the car?
Facing the car.
And after the gunshot, what happened?
Shit, we peeled off. Then we had like 5 to 8 houses down. And he shot somebody's house.
See, he shot the gun more.
Yeah.
And what did you do?
Just driving.
Just continue to follow. And where did you go that night?
So we went back to Maurice and Larry's house.
Was everybody at Maurice and Larry's? What did you all talk about?
And?
Do people talk about the shooting?
No.
Why not?
The poor transcription is.
But it's actually helping. It's a weird thing.
So you don't talk about.
She's
stuff
like just
that
holding
after
down
it
the B button.
Why do you not talk about it?
Just let it go.
Did you expect to get something as a result of participating in this?
Yeah, I wanted some money.
And how was that supposed to happen?
So you're supposed to break us off.
And who was supposed to break it off?
Right.
How was that going to happen?
We didn't get that far. I just think he's supposed to break us off. Supposed to get the gun. He's supposed to break us off.
If they ever do a live action
So break
Cosby
us off.
show, this guy gets to
Share
be
the-
mush mouth.
Share the money.
Come on.
Hey, if he ever gets out of jail, he can always get a job doing telephone customer service work.
Yeah. Taking orders at McDonald's.
Yeah, I don't think this is jive. This is just the extent his brain is connected to his vocal.
So did he give anybody, did he end up giving anybody any money as a result of that? And how do people feel about that? How did you feel about that?
Oh, he was supposed to get paid.
You didn't care that you didn't.
Oh, yeah, but of course we can hear the court clerk typing very, very clearly. So they were supposed to get paid and they didn't get paid. Oh, there you go.
He got paid.
Were other people upset about not getting paid?
That's because it was the wrong guy. You got to shoot the right guy to get paid for the hit.
Okay.
You read the transcript and what it
What did you
actually
end up doing
says.
with
Why
your-
did I ever become a
did you
court
do anything with your,
transcriptionist? What did I do in a
drug
previous life that I deserve this fate? Dear Lord, end
Why
me
did you
now.
They don't pay me enough for this.
Red
And
rum,
who's he?
red rum, red rum.
And so how did you burn the truck?
The gas in it. And no fire.
Oh,
Were you
and the
ever
cameras
around-
joining in?
There was a phone call that you overheard between the boy's mom and the defendant, right? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And you could
Sure
hear,
you
what could
did.
you hear? Where were you?
Was it in a dream? Did he jump down from the bed and said
What was the
something?
question?
Hang on, Nicholas. We can barely hear what he's saying anyway. Hang on.
And you could hear, what could you hear? Where were you?
What was the question?
I'm asking where he was when he overheard this phone
What
call.
did you overhear?
Okay, don't say what somebody else said. If you want to re-ask the question.
Who was talking on the phone?
Shit, it was Larry and Maurice's mom and Brice.
It was who and Brice?
Larry and Maurice's mom.
Larry and Maurice's mother?
Okay, so,
Okay, thank
so the mother of the two boys was talking to her ex-boyfriend who's accused of the murder now on the telephone after they were dead.
Is it
And what was
hearsay
the
when
tone
it's
of the
unintelligible?
It was about the shooting.
Is that an exception to the hearsay rule?
And when did this conversation happen?
Yeah. Whenever Maurice had told,
Maybe
Maurice had told her.
One of those can sign people.
Was she angry?
pop up every once in a while. Just pretend they know sign language.
Oh, we're having a sidebar, are we?
I mean, there's no hamster in that wheel, but the absolute deadness in that guy's eyes. I mean,
That's our defendant playing with his pube beard. He's threatened to kill a couple of judges. He spit at his lawyer, but he's been remarkably quiet this time around.
They couldn't get him a tie so his collar would be up and cover up that "Rest in Peace" tattoo on his neck.
Well, see, we're wondering what is on the back of his head that they had to band-aid it over. What is so bad? The rip tattoo isn't bad. There's something that's worse on the back of his head.
$5 says it's cop killer. Or something that stupid.
Volpe Fox says, check out 4 hours and 18 minutes in and listen about 20 seconds. He lost something else. What else did they lose? I can't go back. Just tell me what they lost. And DCV Titan, thank you so much. Guy kept saying they were trying to find the females to hook up with because those Florida corrections officer regularly hear, I'm only gay for the stay, boss, from this guy. Nice.
All right. So now let's jump forward to the night that you were talking about on the 24th. So on the 21st, late night, how were you traveling around that night? The truck's been burnt. How were you traveling around?
So getting dropped off.
Okay. And so who was dropping you off?
On the 21st, I don't remember.
Okay. Earlier, when we were confused about which night we were talking about, you said that Q was driving you around.
Well, apparently they found him. He's on the stand now.
The night that we're talking about.
Yeah, Q dropped me off.
Okay. So Q is dropping you off. Who's with you?
Me and Corey.
And where does Q drop you off?
Drop us off at his house.
At Brice Rhodes' house. Had you been anywhere together before his house?
Yeah.
Where'd you go to?
First one to Maurice and Mary's house. It was already gone.
How did you know they were gone?
We walked in the house.
And they
It was already gone.
They weren't there.
We called them.
Okay. So where'd you guys get dropped off at?
Over his house.
Over at his house? Had you been to his house before?
Yeah.
Who else? What time of day or night is it?
Just nighttime.
Nighttime? Who's at the house?
Just what? Larry, Maurice, me, Corey, him, and like 3 other people.
All right. Who are the other folks that are there?
I don't know. Tyron.
Okay.
I don't know.
Had you explained the people that you know that were there? Had you met Tyron before?
That night.
Just then. And there was another person there that you didn't know?
Yeah.
And you don't know who they are now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me what was going on that night?
We was all smoking, drinking. And you feel me? Larry and Maurice got into an argument. Not Larry and Maurice, but Larry and Corey got into an argument.
Was it common for people to get into arguments when you all were hanging out?
Yeah.
And what happened with this argument?
Maurice grabbed a knife.
Oh, the victim grabbed a knife.
So Maurice picked up a knife. Did he wave it at Corey?
Yeah, I guess he waved at him. He picked it up in an aggressive manner.
And what happened next?
So we take it from him, he smacked him.
When you say he, do you mean Brice Rhodes?
Brice took it from him, he smacked him.
How did he take a knife from him?
He went looking up with the knife anyways.
And what, can you describe the knife?
It was like a big combat knife.
And what did Brice do after he took the knife?
He's like, he gonna violate him.
This is why I teach self-defense law,
Bryce
folks,
is
because
going
if you
to
do it wrong and you go to prison,
violate
this is your
police.
cellmate.
And can you explain?
That's
in
a
general
bad
terms,
experience.
What does it mean to violate somebody? What's that term mean?
Really means like inflict pain, like he could just hit him in the chest. He could have did a range of things.
It's like a disciplining of the person?
Yeah.
So did that alarm Maurice? How did Maurice respond?
He didn't go. He thought it was just gonna be a punch in the chest.
And why would he go along with it?
That's big homie.
I'm sorry?
It's his big homie.
It's his big homie. That's why he was just going to punch him in
So
the chest.
is there a time where you,
I just want to make sure. Did you say because he's
Melee
big?
approach?
Yes.
I don't like the judge translating what she thinks he says. That's the jury's job.
I mean, everyone's been doing it. The lawyers have been doing it too. It's like restating what he said because it's so indecipherable. But you're quite right. It's
All
not
right.
appropriate.
so is there a time where people in the house separate from Maurice?
Yeah. We put both of them in the bathroom and we took a vote.
Both who?
Larry and Maurice.
They're in the bathroom? And where are you guys?
Living room.
And what happens in the living room?
We took a vote.
What's this vote on?
If they should die or not.
Oh, Jesus. They
should
voted
fire
whether to kill him or not?
Who's
God.
calling the vote?
Brice.
What was your vote?
I'm the one who said no.
Oh, clearly,
Yes,
of
yeah.
course.
And did your vote win?
Hmm?
Did your vote win?
Clearly not.
Did you think about what would have happened to you if you tried to leave at that point in time?
I had nowhere to go. He lived too far out.
So what happens after the vote's taken? What happens to Maurice?
He put a sock in his mouth, tied his hands behind his back, and put a hat over his head.
And where did he do this?
Living room.
And what happened after that?
He started hitting me in the chest at first.
With an item, with his fist? How was he hitting him?
He was hitting me in the chest with fist first, and like 3-4 times. And then Tyron passed him the knife. He started stabbing him.
So Tyrion handed him the knife. Was he making a noise?
He had the sock in his mouth.
Was he
That's
trying to make a
horrible.
noise?
Yeah.
How many times did Brice Rhodes stab him?
So, no,
Where did he stab him?
he tore some out up here.
Was he standing up or was he on his knees?
He was on his knees,
And he stabbed him in the chest.
chest, stomach, around there in the general area.
The genital area?
What area?
In his chest, in his stomach, on his torso.
He stabbed him other places.
I don't know.
How long?
This guy came up with
how long
torso
did
but on
this
his own.
go on for?
That seems unlikely.
Until he stopped breathing.
Do you have any idea the time?
I don't know.
I'm calling it.
Blood?
Yeah.
Where was the blood going?
In the carpet. Carpet and sheets.
There were the sheets set out to catch the blood?
Yeah. Sheets was really there to move him.
Who got the sheets?
Price.
And where did he put them?
So like we had dragged Maurice by the door. And then bring Larry out.
Now, these guys are your best friends, right?
Yeah.
What's going through your mind?
Nothing.
I get out.
What's that?
Just gotta make sure I get out. Try to save somebody else. Make sure I'm safe.
Make sure I'm safe. Mm.
What would have stopped you from getting out?
Probably if I didn't go along with it,
What would happen?
probably been with him. Probably same situation, same fate.
All right. So they bring Larry out of the bathroom. Does he have? When does he get the sock?
He already been like he had the belt, he had a hat, he got the sock. He had the sock using like when it was his turn.
Okay, when you say he had the belt, what do you mean?
His hands was already tied behind his back. He had a hat over his eyes, so he couldn't see.
And he had a sock in his mouth?
So he got the sock when it was his turn.
Was it at
Was he
least a
making
new sock?
noises?
That's it. He started making noises when he started getting stabbed.
Was he on his knees?
Yeah.
Did he know what had happened to his brother?
No.
Was there blood in the spot that he was at?
Yeah.
Did he respond to that?
Yeah, he started like trying to kick everything off, get his hands untied, get his hands free and stuff.
Was his brother making any noise at that point?
Brother already did.
So how many times did he get stabbed?
I don't know. A lot.
Who was stabbing him?
He stabbed him until he was dead.
Brice did?
Yeah. Then he passed the knife around.
Who did he pass the knife to?
He passed it to me.
Why'd he pass you the knife? They're both dead, right?
Yeah, both dead, but we all, he said, so we all gonna be in it. So it's on all of us now.
So you would participate?
Yeah.
So what did you have to do with the knife?
I stabbed him.
Who'd you stab?
Larry.
How many times did you stab Larry?
Like 3.
What'd you do with the knife?
Passed it back to him.
What'd he do with the knife?
Passed it to somebody else.
Who was the next person up?
I don't remember.
Where was Jacory?
Pass the knifey on the left-hand side. Nice.
Was Jacory handed the knife?
No.
Before or after they were both dead?
After.
Do you know what he did with the knife?
He stabbed him a few times.
Who'd he stab?
Larry.
I can't wait to see the YouTube generated
next-
transcript of the
what's the
show.
next thing that happens?
YouTube's gonna crash.
Me took him like with him, Rice, Tyron, and somebody else. They were supposed to take him to like a abandoned house and burn the bando.
The 3 older guys were?
Yeah. They're supposed to take it to a abandoned house and burn it.
And when you say totes, what most people know, but what's a tote?
The thing that you put clothes in.
Like a suitcase?
No, not a suitcase. It's like like little things that you put the like Christmas stuff in.
Like a bin?
Yeah, bin.
So the bodies got put in a bin. The plan is the 3 of them are going to go get rid of the bodies. Do you help carry the bin? How did the bins get down?
We all helped take it to the car.
And which car was it you took them to?
To Sky Blue Mazda.
And did you help load the bins into the car?
Yeah.
Did you see the inside of the car?
Yeah.
Do you remember? Was it a normal looking car?
It was a regular car.
Stolen, of course.
So the 3 of them
It was.
are going to go do this. What are you and your cousin supposed to do?
Stay back, clean the blood up. Scrape the blood out of the car.
And how was it decided that that's what the 2 of you were going to do?
There wasn't no room in the car.
Did someone tell you to do that?
Yeah.
So they left. You're up in his living room. Did you think about leaving?
No.
Why?
Because I knew he was gonna drop us off eventually.
We don't know if the back seat was bloody. It's
What was the
missing.
process for cleaning up?
We had some bleach. We just scrubbing the floor.
What
You're
was
scrubbing
floor?
carpet with bleach.
Yeah.
That's a smart kid.
How long?
That's
did
not
you-
that's
how
not
long
going
did
to
it
be
take you to do this?
noticeable.
We went from that night to like next morning. He didn't go to sleep.
So you worked through the night cleaning it up? And how long after did Brice come back to the house?
Yeah.
How long was he gone for?
He's gone for a while.
Did he say anything about what had happened? Did he help you clean up?
Yeah.
Once you all had the house cleaned up, what's the next thing that happens? What do you do with the stuff?
We took it to various dumpsters.
Okay, so you hopped in a car. Which car did you hop in?
In the blue one.
And where'd you put the stuff?
Especially when we put the stuff
So the stuff you cleaned up, you put it in. How'd you carry it out of the apartment?
in the bag.
Okay, and then the bags, you put them in the car,
Like the trunk.
in the trunk area? And one of you all was in the front seat? Where were you?
Front.
And then did somebody sit in the back seat?
That cord.
So where'd you go in the car? And who's driving the car?
Price for driving the car.
All right, and where do you go to?
We went to like different dumpsters. And set the dumpsters on fire.
Why different dumpsters?
Just to spread the evidence.
So it seemed like spreading the evidence was a good idea at the time.
I was just in the car.
So did you
Didn't
end
do
up,
nothing.
so stuff gets dropped off, gets burnt. How was the stuff set on fire?
We put some gas in the dumpster. And then on fire.
And then drove off? Where'd you go that night?
On the Park Hill.
And what was going on in Park Hill? Where'd you go?
Shopping train.
I'm sorry?
So it was over. So I was trying to trade shoes.
Okay.
Okay. Good luck,
Were
Corey.
you wearing the same clothes that you had on earlier in the day?
Yeah.
And so you're changing out of those clothes? Who's giving you clothes?
I know people.
And did you end up with any items that belonged to either Maurice or Larry at the end of that night?
Yeah, I had some shoes and I had a phone.
Okay. Whose phone did you have?
And Maurice.
And why'd you have Maurice's phone?
So I picked it up
Where'd you pick the phone up?
at the house.
And were you able to use that phone?
Yeah.
What time was it when you were done for the night, when you were back? Was it all through that Saturday? Or all through that day? Was it late afternoon now, or was it nighttime?
It's like late afternoon.
And did that phone ever ring?
Yeah.
It did? And who was on it?
Different people. I was using the phone. I'm calling people.
Was there anyone related to Maurice or Larry that called
All
you?
right, Jeff, I'm going to jump off. I got to get on this call, but nice
All
seeing
right,
you guys.
Jeff.
I hope to see you again soon.
Thanks for popping in. You're welcome anytime. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Everybody,
Bye.
go check him out. All right, Nicholas. How you doing?
Hey, yeah, I'm doing good. I have my glug. Listening to this individual, and apparently he knows enough to make me believe, yes, he was there, and yes, he did all this. Do I believe his 3 years? That's all he got?
Yep. Well, he bargained for 10, but he was a minor, a young minor at the time. So he reached majority. They paroled him. He ran off to Florida, and apparently, as you can see from the lovely clothes he's wearing, got in trouble in Florida.
Okay, so well done, prosecutor. I'm sure there will be a trail of bodies after this guy, thanks to you giving him probation instead of charging him as an adult in this.
Well, that's where we are. So, right.
Yeah,
Well,
that is what I hate most about these prison snitches and deals, especially in this case. These people admitted, yeah, stabby, stabby, Bernie, Bernie. And in a few years, they are all out on the streets again. And
well, he wasn't out on the street very long, so that's a good thing.
Yeah,
he's
but
back
there
in.
will always be new victims for these guys. And
well,
I don't like it.
Let's jump right back into this particular show. We're got a little bit more to go with this. Then we're going to start today, and we'll catch up with what's going on today. In the meantime, please make sure you go down there and hit that like and subscribe button. We've currently got 730 people listening to my failing. Well, my voice is now recovering. It failed. Now it's recovering.
Yeah.
We are $45 away from unleashing the Doggo Cam achievement. And so we've got 524 likes. Please hit the like button. Let's get us up to at least 600. We could be up to 700 like that.
Yeah.
And if you haven't subscribed, I would greatly appreciate it if you do me the honor of subscribing to the channel. It costs you absolutely nothing. And hope you would come back, but you don't even have to do that. Just hit like and subscribe and take our like and subscribe poll after you've done that. And if you are subscribed to me and Nicholas, make sure you're still subscribed to us because YouTube is asshole. All right, today's like and subscribe poll. Were you surprised by yesterday's events? 40% said yes, 20% said no, and 40% so far said no, didn't see it. So this is all new. Yesterday was boring. It was just kind of the presentation of the boring stuff. So now we're getting into the meat and bones, so to speak, of the prosecution. And they're still not doing a really great job.
I mean, the defense opening statement went with, say what now?
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see how the cross-examination goes here in a bit.
Who did she want?
She was asking where they was at.
What'd you tell her?
It was in the stove.
And what'd she say to that?
She said, I'm calling.
Were you worried about what she was going to think at that point?
Wasn't
What'd you
worried
do
about
with
what the
phone?
victim's mother was saying when she said, I'm coming
Okay.
for my kids.
Kept using it.
And then later on that day, did you get a visit from somebody?
Yeah, U.S. Marshals.
What happened?
She got booked. They took me for question.
What were you thinking when that happened?
Panicking.
Just panicking. Yeah, well, that's a good. Speaking of panicking, I forgot to read the super chats here. Lancelot 652, thank you so much. This guy couldn't care any less about being there unless he started sleeping in the witness stand. Yeah, that's about right. That's what I mean. This guy just seems like a young sociopath. And Smopo Vienna says, in your opinion, shaking and chair wiggling sign of self-soothing or sign of crazy mofo, which is just annoyed? I would go for the last one. He just seems like he just doesn't care. That's what you do. That's what I do when I'm bored. I just like, all right, whatever. I wiggle in my chair when I'm bored. So I'm not a body language person. So I'm just gonna project myself and say, to me, I'm just bored and annoyed with being there. And I'm passive aggressively letting the other people know that I'm bored and annoyed at being there. And random watching the 2-pound sticker of a hippo chomping on a 1-up sign. Okay. Thanks. Thank you so much for that. All right. Sorry for that. Oh, and I didn't read the last monthly membership that came in just before we shut down yesterday. So I did save it on my phone. So I do have to mention that last night, Oh La La Pat, who's been a member for 12 months of the Clean and Sober Crew. I don't know if you're here. If you're here, I'm sorry about yesterday. If you're not, oh God, I hope you see this so you don't think I ignored it. Using my free milestone chat to wish you a fast recovery, Jeff. Although your voice is super sexy now, it must hurt like heck. It doesn't hurt. It just doesn't work. And maybe it was sexier yesterday. Now I just sound like I'm going through puberty. So, all right. With that, let's jump right back into it. All right. All right. Cool. So now we're $43.
Had you not thought about the phone might be traceable?
If I even do it.
You didn't know it? Because how old were you then?
15.
Okay. So that night, do you talk to police?
Yeah.
And do you end up telling them what you've told the jury?
Yeah.
And do you have a plea agreement with the police that night, or is that something that happens later?
Later.
So you told what happened before you had any sort of deal?
Yeah.
Saying what happened is different than testifying about it in court. So that's not a big thing, prosecutor.
Hi, Gigi. My moderator is in your chat.
So
Hey.
after you did the cleanup, after you went to the dumpsters, after you set the bags of stuff on fire, what'd you all notice about the car?
It had blood in the back seat.
And so how was that handled?
Cut the back seat up.
And who cut the back seat?
Okay. Now we've got our very first eyewitness that the back seat of the car was cut out by them because there was blood on it.
Sure. Isn't that convenient?
Well, it had to go somewhere. Somebody had to do it. Makes more sense that they would do it, but it does look kind of sus. Joe Pottinger has been a member for 6 months. I think I have the same allergy as you, Jeff. Yeah, it's just like weird. It doesn't hurt. I'm not sick. I don't have a cold. It's just 2 days ago, my voice said peace out.
Right.
What did he do with the back seat after he cut it out?
We put it in the back of somebody's garage.
Is it somebody you knew?
In the person.
Is it somebody that he knew?
No.
Did you tell the police where it was?
Or did you just suddenly remember it after
there
a
was
visit from DA?
Yeah, there was one in a bin in the trunk and one in a bin in the back seat.
You'll approach.
I've got the Peter Tragos voice today. I wish I would trade for the Peter Tragos looks, but I'll take the Peter Tragos voice. Ozzy Overlord was saying it was annoying him because I sounded like somebody. I wonder if he meant I sound like Peter. All right, we can fast forward through this. Mr. Skull Band-Aid.
correct? And you May 24th.
All right.
Pull it down.
Cross-examination. Let's see where this goes, because she's a great cross-examiner. Well, she's a great statement giver. I assume
Pull it down.
she's a good cross-examiner as well.
Mr. Carter,
Now, see, this is the thing. That was the big mystery. Who took the back seat? The defense was saying the police lost it. The police are saying it was never there. But if I recall correctly, in the grand jury, when they were testifying to the grand jury, they lied and said they had it. The cops were saying they had the seat when they didn't. So that's why the defense is going, well, they lost it because they said they had it. Now they don't have it. Where did it go? Trying to force them to either admit they lied or explain why they don't have it when they said they did.
Yeah, I mean, a cop can lie to you, but not the grand jury. That's kind of obvious.
Mm-hmm.
But lying for the grand jury, that they can bring that up in cross-examination in court, or can't they?
Lynn Berry says, Jeff, don't sell yourself short, hon. Hey, I know I'm sexy as fuck, but I'm not Peter Tragos sexy. So, I'm not delusional.
you gave an interview on May 24th, 2016, 2 days after Larry and Maurice's death, correct? And you sat down at the police station with Detective Tonelli. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Thank you. If you could give an oral answer where the jury could hear you, please.
Yeah, don't give an anal answer.
And you were alone during that interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
I didn't see your parents there, but the detective was questioning you, right?
Yeah.
Did you ask for an attorney at any point?
Yes.
But did they keep questioning you?
He left. And then he still came back and questioned me. He got an attorney.
Oh.
And you talked to the police several times that I can tell, right? And man, you told a lot of lies.
See, that's the thing. He can ask for an attorney, and he doesn't have to speak until he gets. Just because they ask for an attorney doesn't mean the cops have to stop asking questions. He can keep answering questions even though he's asked for an attorney. You have to actively assert your right to remain silent, and then actually shut the fuck up.
Yeah, or he might have asked for a lawyer, but nobody could understand him, so they just kept asking questions.
There is that too.
Oh, what? Oh,
There is that too.
Didn't you?
Kenny.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Please refrain from testifying.
I'm asking if he told a lot of lies.
Right, but before that, you made a statement. I'm asking you not to do that again.
I'll be glad to. Did you tell a lot of lies to the police?
Yeah.
He lied to the cops. Great. During his interview.
You
Credibility
even
being
lied about
questioned.
knowing Brice, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
He
Isn't it
lied
true
about
that,
knowing.
that you first told Detective Tonelli that I promise I'm telling you everything, but I don't know Brice, and I've never been in a car with him. Did you say that? If I told you that I have a transcript, word for word, of what you said in that interview, would you believe that you had said that?
Wow. So he's lying to the cops, but he's telling the truth now. The good old credibility of the dude in prison thing. So she's just going to take him to the woodshed here for what? How much longer they got left? About 45 minutes. I guess just exposing every single lie he's ever told and basically saying he's completely incredible. So do not believe anything that he told you on the stand under direct examination by the prosecutor.
Did you tell Detective Tonelli that you hadn't heard anything or didn't know anything about Maurice and Larry's death at first?
Yeah.
And then later you changed your mind. Is that correct? At some point, you said I think you just said this, you were speaking to a detective and a different one came in. Is that what you said, Mr. Carter?
So, no.
Did you, at some point, when you first spoke to Detective Tonelli, did you at some point stop speaking to him?
Yeah, I asked my attorney.
Okay, when you asked for your attorney. And then at some point after that, did you start speaking to him again? And was that an hour and a half later?
I don't know. I don't know exactly. It was the same night though.
Do you remember promising this officer who was speaking to you now that you would be telling the truth?
Mm-hmm.
When you started talking to the police again for the second time, do you remember telling them, I'm telling you the truth?
I don't know. Probably.
You told, is it true that you told Officer Tonelli, or whichever officer you were talking to at that time, that Larry and Maurice stole money from Brice's closet? Do you remember saying that to the officer?
Could you please answer out loud, yes or no?
I don't remember. I don't remember saying that.
If I were to show you a copy of the interview, do you think you would remember saying that?
I don't remember me saying it. Just probably said it.
But what?
I probably said it. Just I don't remember me saying it.
He doesn't even remember his lies.
Did you tell the detective at that point that you weren't close to Rambo?
Yeah.
Did you tell the detective that Rambo didn't hang out with Maurice and Larry?
Mhm.
Do you remember telling Officer Tonelli that you were not involved in the crime?
Yeah.
Could you answer? Yes. Eventually, you changed your story again for a third time, correct? And
So
at
he's
that point,
really big liar.
did you admit to killing Maurice and Larry?
Well, what?
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
You don't remember if you admitted to killing two people.
Mr. Carter, do you remember during the interview, Officer
I don't think the
Tonelli
jury believes that.
telling you that Rambo was throwing you under the bus? And at that point, could you answer out loud? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it became Rambo this and Rambo that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And now you tell the detective that Rambo stabbed Maurice and Larry. And that you participated, but he made you do it, right?
Yeah.
Yes. You also told
I'll
the
give him
detectives
$1,000
that
on his
Rambo
books if he says,
had shot
God
Christopher
didn't
Jones,
make
correct?
Rambo. I made him.
But then, at some point, the officer tells you, actually, let me back up. You didn't offer the information about, or you didn't offer any information about the 41st Street shooting, and I'm referring to the murder of Christopher Jones, until Detective Tonelli said, Rambo's blaming you for that too. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You remember telling the officers that you saw Ja'Cory Taylor buy the gun?
I ain't see him buy the gun. I know he bought the gun though.
How do you know?
Shit, he don't know. He don't know has money.
Were you present when the gun was bought?
I know he
I was
bought
there,
the
but I
gun
didn't
because
see him
he's
get
the
it.
only one with
How
money.
did you know he got it?
He was in his pocket. He the one that's told it.
It was in Ja'Cory's pocket.
Yeah, he's the one that was told it.
Do you know where he got the gun?
Mm-mm.
You said you were present. Where were you?
We was all over. We was in my trailer park.
Mr. Carter, do you remember telling law enforcement that Brice bought the gun? I mean, excuse me, that Ja'Cory bought the gun while you were there in the home of Larry and Maurice's mother? And then today, you've come to court and told this jury something different again. Is that correct?
object to the form of question. Your Honor.
What's the issue with the form?
What is, it's not a specific question. What is he saying that's different?
Have you
What is
told,
she referencing?
You want to try to rephrase it?
I will rephrase. Have you told this jury anything today that you didn't tell Detective Tonelli before?
Not to my knowledge.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Tonelli that you stabbed Maurice 3 times?
You just testified. He testified to that.
And you stabbed him in the side? Did you tell that to Detective Tonelli?
Probably.
And did you also tell Detective Tonelli that Jacory stabbed Larry?
Probably.
And today, you told this jury that you stabbed Larry.
Yeah.
Which is it? Is it both?
They both.
Could you repeat that last answer?
No, they ain't both.
Let me go back to the purchasing of the gun. Today, your testimony was that the gun was bought for the purpose of murdering Christopher Jones. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But yet you told Detective Tonelli when he spoke to you that Jacory had bought the gun for his own personal protection. True?
Probably.
And how'd that work out for him? Should have taken Andrew's course.
You weren't in the Mazda, correct? Your testimony was that you were in a truck that you had stolen, a pickup truck, is that correct? And you were behind the Mazda. Was there anybody in the car with you?
Huh?
And tell the jury, again, you had said that, who was in the Mazda?
Maurice was driving, Larry in the passenger, Rambo behind Maurice, and Corey on the other side.
What time of day was it that you guys were driving around?
It's nighttime.
So you couldn't actually see in that car. And you didn't actually know who had the gun at that point, did you? Because you were in the truck behind.
I was in the truck.
And you also testified that the shot came from the blue Mazda, correct? But yet you burned your truck and not the blue Mazda. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Why? Ooh, I guess she doesn't like the answer because I want to know why. She's not asking why. That hints to me she doesn't want the answer to be known. I could be wrong, but it's kind of weird.
Let's go to the next incident. I'll call
Yeah,
it
they've given up
later
on
in
just
May.
making him answer things correctly.
You said that someone named Q was driving you around. Was he charged with anything, to your knowledge, related to this? You also testified that there were let me back up. I want to stay together with the different dates so that you can stay clear. Before you burned that truck and you were following behind the blue Mazda, someone shot Mr. Jones out of the window of the blue Mazda, correct?
Yeah.
And you told Detective Tonelli that you ran over Christopher Jones in your truck, didn't you? And that was really one of the things that you told him every time. I think you were consistent on that, is that I ran over Christopher Jones.
I felt the bump. And I was driving past him, so I felt the bump.
I felt the bump. Eek.
Remember telling the officer during your last interview that you weren't scared of Brice?
Yeah, probably.
But yet you also told the jury that he made you do all of this. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you also told this jury that even when Brice supposedly left you alone, you still didn't leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Brice didn't point a gun at you or anything like that and say, I want you to stab Larry and Maurice. Did that happen? Yes or no? I'm sorry?
No.
He just handed you the knife. You should have turned the knife on him and stabbed him, and it would have been over.
Your interview on May 24th, you told detectives with the Louisville Metro Police Department that there were 3 other people at the home on Hyde Avenue. Who were those people?
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
You don't know who they were? There were 3 other people present, is what you're telling this jury, at Hyde Avenue that weren't charged with anything in this case?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
That's correct?
Wow.
But you don't know who they were. You told the
3
police,
other
I think,
people, huh?
that there was, let me make sure I get this right. I believe it was a white woman and 2 other black men that were present there. Is that correct? That showed up at one point. Do you remember saying that?
I know 2 black people, 2 black dudes.
Okay. Prosecutor, who were those 2 people?
Yeah, nothing this guy is saying sounds anything like the truth
Um,
anyway. So.
You said, I think you testified also, Mr. Carter, that it was actually Maurice and Jacory who were in an altercation at Hyde Avenue.
That's it.
Brice wasn't in an altercation with anyone. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And in fact, you said that Brice even took the knife away from Jacory at one point. Is that correct?
To Maurice.
He took the knife away from Maurice.
Well, he was consistent about that, at least. Well, why do
You
I do
admitted to
that?
stealing
Nice.
Maurice's shoes after he died, correct? And you admitted to stealing Anwan Carter's phone? I mean, I'm sorry, you admitted to stealing his phone as well.
The camera's not moving. Why does the focus keep changing?
Who all was,
Oh, it's
who all do
catching
you
her
remember
elbow.
being in the room at Hyde Avenue?
Me, Corey, Maurice, Larry, Rambo, Tyron.
And you had told the police that there was also a light-skinned male there, is that correct?
Probably.
Okay. To your knowledge, was that person ever charged?
No.
How old are Tyron Coleman and the light-skinned man?
Wasn't me.
Were they adults?
Yeah, probably.
So there were at least 4 people over the age of 18. We'll say, I'll even say over the age of 15 in that room at the time.
How did closed captions get turned
And
off?
nobody stood up to Brice. Nobody tried to stop this from happening. You didn't try to take him down.
No.
You stabbed your best friend. Is that correct?
Yep.
Mr. Carter, I want to talk to you now. You told the jury that you are living in the custody of the Florida DOC. Is that what you said? And what is DOC?
Department of Corrections.
Department of Corrections. So are you in prison right now?
Yep.
Where are you in prison?
Hamilton County.
Hamilton County, Florida?
That's good.
What are you there for?
Burglary.
Burglary.
What else?
Burglaries.
Burglaries? More than one? Were you also charged with being a convicted felon in possession of a gun? You don't remember that?
They charged me.
Were you accused of violating the terms of your probation
Oh,
for being a
He
convicted
was
felon in
arrested
possession of a
for it,
gun?
but not charged with it, huh?
You were. And so you admitted to having a gun, correct? Down in Florida? Did the court ever have a hearing about whether you had a gun or not?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And what did the court find? That you did or you didn't?
I didn't.
And what were you being accused of? What kind of gun was it? Do you remember?
All right. While they approach, we will read Joe Pottinger. I think we already did that one. All right, cool. You have your sticker as well. Thank you so much for that. We mentioned that as well. Aylin. I feel like I've been putting way too much effort into speaking clearly. I'm such a tryhard, apparently. Yeah, just go full boom hour. Man's gonna get a gun and he's gonna go in.
Get off my lawn.
Unhung hero. This trial just gets more interesting. I'm sure it would be if we could understand what the hell was being said, but in general, I agree with you. All right, now we can fast forward through this. We are 45 away from. No, not 45. We're 25 away from Doggo Cam. All right, where's the? Here we are. Get rid of Unhung hero. Get rid of him. We missed a burning important
Mr. Carter, you
question.
are a convicted felon, however.
Oh, yeah, we are. Of course he's a convicted felon. He pled guilty to murder.
You said that you pled guilty. I'm sorry, you might not have said. Did you go to trial, or you were ultimately convicted of several burglaries? Is that correct? And isn't it also true that down in Florida you were also convicted of dealing in stolen property, providing false information on a pawnbroker form, and multiple counts of thefts from buildings and vehicles? Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Carter, in October of 2016, about 5 months after the deaths, maybe not even 5 months after the deaths of Maurice and Larry, do you remember entering into a plea agreement with the state of Kentucky regarding this case?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Judge, I'm showing the witness what's been marked as defendant's exhibit.
So they had the plea
Mr.
agreement
Carter,
and
can you
still
take a look at
didn't
that document and
go
see if you
to
recognize it?
court until 6 years later, 7 years
And
later.
what does that appear to be?
Mm-hmm.
Plea agreement.
And whose plea agreement is that?
Mine.
I'm gonna flip to the second page here. Whose signature is this on this page?
Mine.
And whose signature is this?
Elizabeth Brown.
Whose?
Elizabeth Brown.
And is she the prosecutor? What does it say that the charges were?
Murder.
How many counts?
3.
What does it say is the maximum penalty for those?
Kentucky's still a state.
Or-
It's a Commonwealth state.
Or life?
It's still a state. It has a flag and everything.
What else were
through
you
it.
charged with?
Tampering with physical evidence.
It's still a state. That's why they have state senators.
Because I'm gonna move to enter this as a defense exhibit.
So 3 counts of murder plus others
Admitted.
and probation or 3 years. Jesus
Is that
Christ.
your X on the signature line?
Mr. Carter, I want to talk to you about the details on that plea agreement. You pled guilty to the murder of Christopher Jones.
Yes.
You pled guilty, and you admitted to running him over with your truck. And you pled guilty to the murder of Larry Ordway. And you pled guilty to the murder of Maurice Gordon.
Objection, truth. Objection, the defense lawyer's telling the truth. I'm
the
sure
plea
there was
agreement.
probably. I'm
It's
sure
the
there was
plea agreement.
probably something ahead to not mention the details or something like that for prejudice
Ask
reasons.
you another. Oh, can you all come up? I just want to ask you another thing.
I just got to go back up.
That's a deal that only Jeffrey Epstein have had
Ladies and
before.
gentlemen, we're just talking about timing. We're trying to just finish this witness before we break for the day. We think we can do that by 5:30. Is there anybody who absolutely cannot stay until 5:30? Okay, wonderful. I'm sorry for the interruption, Ms. Wallerstein.
Oh, good. We get him off the stand today. That's good.
And finally, you pled guilty to
15 minutes.
tampering. I'm sorry, let me see. Pled guilty to tampering with physical evidence as well.
Yes.
The Commonwealth, the plea agreement says the Commonwealth actually amended the charges. Did they do that as part of your agreement? And it says that it was amended to facilitation to murder on the 3 original charges. Is that what you pled to?
Yes.
I'm going to read the recommendations by the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth recommends a sentence of 5 years on each count, 3 counts of facilitation to murder, and 1 count of tampering with physical evidence. The Commonwealth recommends a total sentence of 10 years if to serve, or 20 years if probated, with the sentences running concurrently or consecutively respectively. The Commonwealth objects to probation. The defendant agrees to give a full and truthful proffer as to these events and to testify truthfully in any and all proceedings on these events. Any question about the veracity of the testimony will be determined by the judge by a preponderance of the evidence. Should the defendant fail to testify truthfully, as determined by the court, the Commonwealth reserves the right to withdraw from the plea and proceed against him on the original charges under the indictment. Any and all statements made by the defendant can be used against him.
So if
You understood that when you signed it, right?
if
So you only
Band-Aid
got the
guy
offer
doesn't
if you
get
agreed to
convicted,
testify against Brice.
they will go after
Is that
him
correct?
again.
And that's why you're here today, to get the benefit of your plea agreement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you told me you remember talking to me on the phone and my investigator? And you told me I don't even want to
Nope.
come.
Just regular
Is that
old
true?
Becky.
But yet,
Who
the
doesn't
Commonwealth
like
made you come, correct?
Oh, wow. Hey,
They made you
phrasing.
come and testify against Brice. Yes?
Yes.
Saucy.
Did you meet with any members of the prosecution or talk to them prior to today?
Yes.
When did you do that?
This morning.
And you understood that this plea agreement says that the Commonwealth is going to evaluate your testimony here today.
You don't want to come up.
It's not what it says.
I think she said
Uh-huh.
come up.
And Unhung Hero pushing us ever closer to unleashing our achievement here for the day. Unhung Hero's gonna come. I'm not reading that directly.
Well, this deal says that the Commonwealth, the prosecution has the right to revoke your offer if you don't testify the way that they want you to today.
Has the right to revoke. They're not going to, spoiler alert, because he testified exactly the way they wanted him to testify.
Yeah.
They're not going to go, oh, never mind, he lied. Everything he said on the stand is wrong. So strike all of his testimony, take away one of our eyewitnesses, and we'll process. No, ain't going to do that.
Nope.
There's not.
Is that correct?
The objection's been overruled. You will be able to deal with it on redirect. Go ahead.
Nope. Caitlin is not.
And if they're not happy, it says they could reinstate the charges, right?
Should
And
be.
give you
Good
life.
idea. Yeah, tomorrow will be.
So you don't actually get to tell the truth today. You're here to make the Commonwealth happy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Yep.
Probably.
Thank you.
Oh God! He actually said it.
He said
He
it.
actually
He said it.
Okay, now he's clearly an honest witness. He's like, motherfucker.
He just admitted that every bit of testimony is to make the
questions.
Commonwealth happy.
First incident, you're in the truck. Were you trying to run over Christopher Jones?
Yeah.
That you
Yes.
wanted to hit him?
Yeah.
And why do you think you hit him?
I felt the bump under the tire.
Did you, in previous statements, say that it was an accident that you hit him? But you intended to hit him and you felt a bump under the tire? Do you know what the bump was?
No,
So why do you think you hit him?
because he's the only thing that was in the street that I've seen.
He was the only bump in the road.
You were asked with respect to your role in the stabbing. I think your response to the defense question was, it ain't both. Is that what you said? So by that you mean you stabbed one person?
Yeah.
Who was the one person?
Except Larry.
You stabbed Larry? Was Larry alive when you stabbed him?
No.
All right. At one point, the defense asked you, they said 3 other people in Brice Rhodes' house. Other people, let's break that down and make sure that we all understand what that means. At the time that the stabbings were going on, name everybody who was in the house.
It's me, Larry, Maurice, Corey, Rambo, Tyron, and the other dude.
And one other guy that you don't know who he is. Did that other guy participate in the stabbing?
No.
Did Tyrion participate in the stabbing?
No.
Was it afterward or before?
Afterward.
All right. As far as Florida goes, how long is your sentence in Florida?
A couple 4 years.
4 years? And you're serving on that right now? Now, on the day that you got picked up by the police, I want to talk just a little bit about the interview process. Were you surprised that the police picked you up?
I was surprised. I was panicking.
You were panicking? So you go down to the police station. Was it your plan or your intent at that time to just sit down with the first police officer you saw and tell them that you and your cousin stabbed and killed your 2 best friends after you saw someone else stab them after seeing that same person shoot and kill someone? Was that your plan?
Judge, I'm going to object to that question. I don't even understand what it was.
Was your plan just to come in there and just lay everything out on a platter for the police right at the start, as soon as you sat down?
No.
No. So did you tell them other things at the start of the conversation that weren't true?
No.
Now, when you first showed up, did the police read you your rights like happens on TV?
Mm.
They never read you your rights?
No.
Is it possible that in the last 7 years you've forgotten that they did? So
You better have fucking evidence you read him his rights.
They start talking to you. Did they give you anything to drink? Did they give you any food?
Yeah.
Were they being, describe how they were, what their demeanor, how were they acting toward you? Were they being mean? Were they pressuring you?
No, that was nice.
Were they telling you what to say?
No.
Were they just asking you questions?
He was asking me questions and shit. Like in the bathroom.
And at some point, did you ask for a lawyer?
Yeah.
And then, did you have family show up?
Yeah.
Who showed up?
My mom and my sister.
Your mom and your sister? And did police give you all privacy to talk?
Yeah.
And what happened after you talked with your mom and your sister?
So I didn't tell them everything.
You went ahead and told everything? And when you told everything, did you tell the police the truth?
Some of it.
What'd you leave out?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police what you told the jury today?
Not the first time.
At the end, after you talked with your mom and sister and talked with the police officer came in and talked to you after your mom and sister showed up. Was he a different police officer than the first one?
So I don't remember.
Do you remember if the police officer you talked to tried to relate to you?
Judge, objection. That's speculation. Asking whether an officer tried to relate.
Yeah,
to
it was a statement objection.
Okay. But the bottom line is, that same day that you
This
first
is
started
not a
talking to
good job
police,
of rehabilitating the witness.
you told them what you told the jury here today, right?
This is the
But
same
you didn't have
schmuck
a
who
plea
did the
agreement
opening
in
statement,
place
right?
at that time, right? You had no deal at all, right? You just told the truth. How old were you?
15.
All right. Now, your plea agreement, you didn't plead to murder, did you?
No.
What'd you plead to?
Facilitation.
And what is
Facilitation of murder.
you got something to do with it, but you're not utterly responsible.
Okay. And as part of this agreement, the Commonwealth said if you got probation, it would be 20 years worth of probation. Is that right? And if you had to serve, if you had to go into custody and serve, it was going to be 10 years. Is that right? And the Commonwealth objected to your being probated, right? Commonwealth wanted you to go in and serve time. Is that right? So you're 15 and you enter into this agreement. Did you end up getting sentenced to serve time?
So I did 3 years in DJJ.
Okay. And for people that don't know, is DJJ the juvenile prison system? And so you did 3 years. Then you came before a judge when you turned 18, and the judge had a chance to re-sentence you.
Yeah.
And the Commonwealth again objected to your probation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, in this agreement, is it your understanding that the Commonwealth can just anytime we want to walk away from the deal?
No.
Does the judge have to determine that you were dishonest here today before the Commonwealth can take your deal away?
Yes.
So it's the judge that decides what happens to you.
And I mean, don't worry, we're not going to ask the judge to say that. I mean, don't
We've never
worry. We're
made
just,
any
we just want to
promises
clarify.
beyond what's in this deal, right? So you got 10 to 20 years. We objected. We sent you through the juvenile system and objected again.
Judge, he's testifying.
A little bit. He's like, shit, she caught me. God damn it.
Okay. If I
This guy is so boring. He ejaculates gray.
went over your rights with you, would that maybe refresh your memory?
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
All right.
You're supposed to say jingle bells. I know your people.
So are you able to read okay? Yeah. All right. So right here, this is that part is what so at some point in time, did a police officer say to you, you have the right to remain silent, anything you say can be used against you and all that stuff? Okay. That's what I meant by reading.
I think fuck, he finally remembers
So,
that.
Do you remember a police officer going through that with you? No further questions, Ron.
Mr. Carter, did you just tell this jury that you served only 3 years for
Yeah.
pleading guilty?
Yeah.
And then you were probated. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything else?
One last reread. So
Hang on. Come on up.
What's he's going to be redirected about? He spent 3 years and then got probation. What's the redirect on that? He already Mr. Jingles is down there.
Up in the, tomorrow we have something that
All right, so that's the end of day 2. Day 2
Okay.
would be done, folks. Now we
Yeah.
can start with day 3.
Yeah, I need to fix dinner and stuff.
So you're leaving us.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I have it.
I'm
I
all
need
alone.
to adult here at the farm and the stuff. So it's boring, but somebody needs to do it, and
I
it's
see.
usually me because it's just me here.
Well, before you go, are you familiar with Yogi Jorgensen?
No.
Oh. Okay. It's an ancient old Christmas song from the 50s, I believe.
Yogi Jorgensen. No. No.
All right. Well, just here we go. So this will help. Yogi Jorgensen. Etc. Just, you look stunned.
What?
Merry Christmas. We'll see you tomorrow. You look a little stunned.
Yeah. I mean,
it's a classic from my childhood.
Speaking of bad singers, there's an Elvis impersonator called Eilert Pilarm, who believed, well, he's passed away now, but he believed he was the reincarnation of Elvis.
Okay.
Yeah, the fact he was born 10 years before Elvis died has nothing to do with it. Yeah, that could be a problem. You can't play it because you will get demonetized and stuff, and
probably
all
did
that
for that one
proper-
right there, but
but I will write the name in chat there. It's he can't speak English. He can't sing, but he does Elvis impersonations.
Okay.
And it's amazing. Yeah. You have never seen anything like that.
Okay. So sorry to unleash the fake Norwegian American on you, Swedish person, but
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here.
And I may pop in a bit to. Tomorrow is your F-It Friday.
Yes, it is tomorrow evening.
Yeah, and tomorrow also I have to be on the Union winter or Christmas party, where I have to tell my moron co-workers how good they are and stuff like that. But hey, somebody's got to do it. All right. Thank you for having me. See you around.
We will see you
tomorrow.
Take care, sir. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye now. All right. Well, that brings us up to today morning. So we're going to go to today's proceedings right now. Let me bring down Brice's banner. We don't need Brice's banner anymore. And before we move on, let's see how we're doing over here. We do have three chats here. Unhung Hero. Oh, we already did that one. Definitely don't need to do that one again. Unhung Hero, the $2 just had a Grosskreutz moment. Yeah, that was a. And I did like how they just went, all right, we're just not even going to address the fact that he just said whatever he said to make us happy. They didn't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. And DCV Titan with the $5 Canadian. It's about 18 away from unlocking Doggo Cam. This guy is the best argument for pro-choice I've ever seen, and for 3 Planned Parenthoods per neighborhood. Well, there you go. All right. Thank you so much for that. And by the way, we got 677 people here, 585 likes. And he's about 18 away from unleashing Doggo Cam. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe and follow up here with the poll. We're exactly where we were before, with 40% saying, yes, you were surprised by yesterday. No, you were not surprised by yesterday. And you don't know because you didn't see it. With that out of the way, let's jump right into this because we got to catch up. We're a little over an hour behind, I think. An hour, maybe 2, but we'll take care of that. Let's go. This is today morning, day 3 morning. We're doing on speed. Let's put it at 1.5 and see what happens.
Now, the first thing that you did, what was it? What was your initial vote?
Hang on. I guess we got to. Oop. This is Officer Sternface. We got who is Officer Sternface? All right. Who is Officer Sternface? Ooh,
Good
it's
morning.
Kaiser
You
Sosa.
sure to tell the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Could you tell me where you're at?
Chadwick Allgaier.
Currently, where do you work?
I'm a probation officer with the Division of Probation and Parole.
Back in 2016, where did you work?
I work for the Louisville Metro Police Department as a crime scene technician.
How long?
Chadwick who?
Division of Probation and Parole.
What an odd name.
Chadwick Allgaier.
Allgaier.
Currently, where do you work?
I'm a probation officer with the Division of Probation and Parole.
Back in 2016, where did you work?
I work for the Louisville Metro Police Department as a crime scene technician.
How long were you a crime scene technician?
6 years.
With me.
Slow him
I left
down.
in August of 2016.
So back in May, did you
Oh, no.
do some work on the
Think we're
case
good.
that we're here to talk about?
Yes, I did.
Sorry about that, sir. Now, the first thing that you did, what was your initial involvement in the case?
I believe initially I may have assisted on a search warrant at a house. And then the other involvement after that was processing a vehicle.
Okay, so the search warrant on the house, was that on Height Avenue?
I believe so.
And
Yes.
did you collect 2 knives?
Without reference to my report, I couldn't recall.
Okay, if I showed you the report, would you remember?
Yes.
One second, sorry. I'm gonna put it over so I can find this more quickly.
Allgaier, Allgaier, I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Oh, get up to the stand prepared, prosecutor. Jesus. So I don't think the cage works with this setup.
So if you recall now, did you collect 2 knives on River Park?
On Hyde Avenue.
On Height Avenue, sorry. Then on May 25th, did you do something else in this case?
Yes, I was called to go to the auto theft garage and process a vehicle.
Okay, what does process a vehicle mean?
Initially, we take photographs of the vehicle
Off
to
kilter.
start with, and then we do a kind of a visual search of the vehicle to see if there's anything that's in plain view that we're going to collect. And then after that, it's forensically done, whether it's what the detective wants collected.
And in this case, did you take photographs of the vehicle?
I did, yes.
How are we doing on volume balance? I mean, like 1 if it's okay, 2 if the court is too quiet.
Turn me out for witness.
Okay.
I'm showing you what we have marked as 137, 148. You recognize those photos?
1 for good, 2 for quiet. All right. Cool, thanks. New day, forgot to check.
Yes, these would have been the photos that I took of the vehicle.
137 and 148.
Any objection?
No
So
objection.
admitted.
Okay, I'm going to go through it. Is it up on your screen? right
Yes,
now?
it is.
Okay, I'm going to go through these photos. So what are we looking at here in this one?
This appears to be a Mazda 4-door sedan vehicle.
And is this the car you processed that day?
It is, yes.
Which I believe was May 25th, 2016, correct?
Yes,
Is that the rear of the car?
that is the rear of the vehicle, yes. That would be an interior view from the driver's side door, front driver's side.
Front or seats there?
Yes. Then that would be looking into the vehicle, the rear passenger seat from the driver's side. That's the interior of the trunk. That is the interior of the rear seat area.
Yep,
from the
there would be
passenger
no
side on the back.
seats there.
And I believe I took this one on the rear passenger side door, looking into the rear seat and the trunk area.
So where those
Well, that's
seatbelts
just because
are,
the
would that be-
prosecutor's not talking into the microphone. There's nothing I can do
that's
about
what it would
her.
be, yes.
She's
where
on
that
her
row
own.
Is that the trunk?
Yes. I believe that's a photo of the registration that was found in the vehicle.
And can you might not be able to see it on the screen, but if you could look at the photograph, who's the name on the registration?
It says the owner's name is a Lashana Rhodes.
That'd be his
What's this?
mother's car.
So this is a picture. I'm not sure what area it is because it's so dark.
But this would be a photograph of the chemiluminescence from the Blue Star forensics that was applied to the vehicle.
How does that work? Tell the jury.
So basically,
Okay, now they couldn't get the video to show. See, okay, now this is where some bullshit starts happening. They had the video of the house allegedly soaked in this Blue Star luminol like stuff. But they couldn't get a room full of this shit to show up on video, but they didn't take any still photographs. Here we've got what appears to be a still photograph of it. I don't know, maybe the lighting conditions were different. I don't know, but it's weird they would have a little tiny strip in the car, but nothing from a house soaked in it. Whatever. Food for
basically,
thought.
Blue Star forensics is a chemical product that will react with certain components that are contained in blood.
So how do you get it onto the car?
So it comes in a tablet form. We take those tablets, put them in with water in a spray bottle, kind of stir it around, let them dissolve. And once it's dissolved, the area needs to be dark for the chemiluminescence to be visible. But once it's applied, we apply it via spray bottle and just spray it on the areas that we want to, that we're interested in. And then we take pictures on a time lapse to see if there's any reaction.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. They
So
said they were too
where
dark,
do we
but
see it
a
in
room full of it was too
let me
dark, but
pull
yet
up.
this
It's
little
hard to see on
strip
the
here is
video.
easily seen. That's
I believe looking at this, it may be the trunk area.
But I just meant, like, I know this is kind of a dumb question, but just to go through it all procedurally, where on this picture is the Blue Star showing up?
It's all the blue areas that are marked is what the reaction was from the Blue Star.
Like it's kind of obvious, but we gotta go through the questions. Thank you very much. And then what do we have here?
This is again, looks like the trunk area from the rear. And again, all the blue areas would have been reactions from the Blue Star.
all the blue areas. Yeah, there you go. There's
This
some.
again, I believe this is from the interior, the rear passenger side. And again, the blue areas that are luminous would be the reaction from the Blue Star.
And where are you doing this analysis?
This is in our auto theft garage, was a secured facility.
Is it an interior where you're able to turn off all the lights?
It is, yes. Again, just another picture. And again, all the blue areas there would be reactions from the Blue Star.
After you did the Blue Star and took the photographs, what did you do?
I believe we processed the car, and by processing, I believe I was asked to do latent fingerprints on the vehicle. I don't believe, if I recall from the report, that we got any fingerprints that were viable off of it. And then from there, I believe we did a lot of swabbing. Swabbing would be for the purposes of trying to obtain DNA to place people in the vehicle. I believe we did trace lifts off the seats and possibly some of the trunk or floorboard areas. Without the actual report, I can't say specifically what we did, but I know that we did swabs, fingerprints, and trace lifts.
And if you had your actual report to look at, would it help refresh your
It
memory?
would, yes. Okay, so yeah, so again, I processed the vehicle for latent fingerprints. We got negative results, which means there wasn't anything viable that could be used to search against. And then I collected swabs of the interior front driver's side door handle, the steering wheel, the gear shift knob, the front driver's seat recline lever,
Swabbing the knob.
the rear driver's side
That's
interior
a
door handle,
euphemism.
the rear passenger side interior door handle, the front passenger side interior door handle, and then swabs from the front passenger seat recline lever. And then as far as the trace lifts we did, took those from the front driver's seat headrest, the front driver's seat back, which is what you would lean your back against, the front driver's seat area, the front passenger seat headrest, the front passenger seat back, and then the front passenger seat itself.
What are trace lists?
So trace list is basically, if you just think about like a large piece of clear tape.
He's
if you will.
voguing.
And basically what we do is it comes on a sealed protector. We peel that off and back, and then we apply the lift on whatever object it is we want to get that trace lift from. And then we smooth it out to get good adherence on it. And then we lift that up, put it back over the protective covering. And what that does
Yes,
is
this is
it
his
will
mother's
gather
car.
and protect any kind of fibers, hairs, anything like that would be on contact with another object.
And what is the goal on a trace list?
So on trace lift, you're looking for fibers, hairs, anything that can be used to identify an object or a person.
Would your plan be for it to be sent to a lab?
Yes.
And then for the swabs, what are swabs?
So swabs we use to collect those, what we call touch DNA. So anytime a person touches an object, you're going to leave behind a trace of something, whether it's
Hey, we
sweat,
got over 600 likes. Thank you
epithelial
guys
cells,
for hitting
which is
that
the
like
presence of your
button.
skin,
Deeply,
potential
deeply
for blood.
appreciated.
So the goal of the swab is to swab an object, send that off to the lab to hopefully obtain DNA that can be matched with someone to identify or place a person that touched an object or in a place.
And for the prints, if there are fingerprints, if there are no fingerprints found in a car, does that mean that no one's ever touched the car?
No, it does not.
What could happen to disturb fingerprints?
So fingerprints are very sensitive. You know, obviously objects are touched. Anytime you touch an object, you're going to leave a fingerprint behind. But with common objects like a vehicle, door handles, gear shift knobs, steering wheels, all those fingerprints are just constantly, they're rubbed off, they're placed over one another. It's very hard to get a viable fingerprint off of a commonly touched object.
I'm gonna get my-
Sure.
Morning, Detective, Mr. Allgaier, how are you?
Morning, I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Former Detective Middleton testified in this case, and I know you weren't here, but I believe he told the jury that during the search of Hyde Avenue, he located 2 knives and a hammer, but you didn't collect the hammer, correct?
According to my report, I only
There was a
collected
knife and 2 hammers. We saw a knife and 2 hammers earlier.
And there were 2 searches of Hyde Avenue. Were you present for both of those?
No, I was not.
The first one,
Yes.
to your knowledge? Did you take any video
Uh,
during that search?
I don't believe so, but again, without the report, I couldn't say yes or no 100%.
You also said you assisted in the processing of the blue Mazda, correct?
Yes.
On the report, were you with Officer Kim
Uh,
during the processing of that vehicle?
Without referencing the report, I don't recall off the top of my head who all was present there for that.
Well, in the report, it says that the vehicle was a gray Nissan Altima 4-door. Did that? Yeah.
Mm-mm. That chick defense lawyer looks more like a dude than the dudes.
Nissan Altima. Mr. Allgaier, did you test a gray Nissan Altima to your knowledge with regard to this
Not
case?
to my knowledge, no.
In the pictures, the vehicle
I
did
hope
not
it's a
appear to
dude.
have
I
a
don't
back
know.
seat in it. Is that correct?
Don't think so.
At any time, did it have a
I'm
back seat when
confused.
you worked on the vehicle?
No, it did not.
Did anyone ever, from Louisville Metro Police Department, ever bring you a back seat of that vehicle to test at any point later?
Not to me directly, no.
Nice Peter Gabriel reference
I
there.
think you testified that you did a lot of swabbing.
Yes.
You
Wait,
testified that you swabbed the car seats, I believe, but you didn't swab the floor where the back seat had supposedly been removed or in the trunk, correct?
86. Yeah, it came out in
Again, without
86.
referencing my report, I
You're old,
couldn't tell you.
just like me.
If I showed you the report with that one.
Yes.
May I first look at the chart?
And what was your question again? I'm
My
sorry.
question was whether you had swabbed the floorboard under where the back seat would have been or in the trunk.
Okay. We did take some swabs from the rear passenger side floorboard. Yes.
What about underneath where the seat would have been?
According to the report, we did not.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you.
Any regret? All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Almost next witness, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Brian Royce.
Thank you.
Detective.
Detective Brian Royce is next on the stand. I've added to the scroll bar here, Detective Brian Royce.
May I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Brian Royce.
And how are you employed?
Currently, I'm with the local Metro Police Department.
All right, he's a fast talker. Let's slow him down a bit.
And what is your position with LMPD?
I'm currently a civilian investigator in the cold case homicide unit.
A
And
civilian
how were you employed back
investigator.
in 2016?
I was also employed by local Metro Police Department. I was in a detective capacity in the homicide unit.
And in connection with this case, did you perform a processing of a vehicle associated with this case?
I did.
Okay. And the jury's just heard a little bit about processing. So what vehicle was it you were looking into?
This was a 2016 Dodge Charger.
Okay, Adam Sandler.
Yes, the plate matches.
The
Yes.
Charger.
Yes.
I just showed him what's been previously marked Commonwealth's 149.
Any objection?
No objection.
You may admit and publish, or is admitted and you may publish.
So, where did you encounter the vehicle?
This was already at the auto theft garage.
Okay. And that's what happens at the auto theft garage? Why was the vehicle there?
That would be stored there until it can be processed or released.
And who made the determination that you should process this vehicle?
That would be at the direction of the lead detective.
And so how did you process this vehicle?
Detective Snyder obtained a consent search for the vehicle that allowed us to actually search the vehicle and document its contents and record anything that we thought may be of evidentiary value.
And did you find anything in the vehicle of evidentiary
We
value?
took, or I say we, the CSU technician, Megan Brown, was present with me. She documented the vehicle with photographs. We did some print lifts and some trace lifts. And I believe there were a couple articles of clothing recovered from the trunk of the vehicle.
His beard
And
just doesn't.
Did any of those? Did any of those
something's off. It
examinations,
just doesn't fit
return
right.
Anything interesting?
I do not know.
Okay. What do you do with? Were you there when the lifts were taken?
I was.
Okay. And then from the time that they're taken, where do they go from there?
The crime scene unit technicians handle that evidence.
And did you take the photograph
Did I take photographs?
of the Charger?
The CSU technician did.
And were you there when trace lifts were taken?
I was.
And where did the trace lifts go from there?
Again, that type of evidence goes with CSU to the lab.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Well,
Any questions for this witness?
so he's up there to
You
say,
just
I took
testified
pictures.
to, the processing with the 2016 Dodge Charger that you were present for, correct?
Correct.
You were also involved in another piece of this case, correct?
You'll have to refresh my memory.
You were involved in a search of Hyde Street Avenue
I recall being present for one of the executions of one of the warrants.
at Hyde Street,
That's correct.
and you were present there when there was Blue Star applied,
I was.
and you were present when there was a scene video taken of that Blue Star processing attempt.
I can't say that I was still present at that time.
And did you obtain a scene video of that Blue Star processing attempt?
Did I?
Did you yourself?
No.
And you've never seen or viewed such a video?
I have not.
No more questions.
He reminds me of Aldine.
Alright,
That's who
feel
it
free
is.
to
He-
go take your thing.
Aldine, the Sacha Baron Cohen's dictator. That's who he reminded me of. Couldn't think of it.
Ms. Jones Brown, your next witness.
I come up with Brian Peters.
Thank you.
That was fast. Brian Peters. We only have to change the last name.
Good morning. May I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Detective Brian Peters with Louisville Metro Police.
How long have you been with LMPD?
I served just over 20 years, retired a little over a year and a half ago, and then I've been back with LMPD as a rehire.
Some
as
eye
a
candy
detective
for you
again,
ladies. Smash or
for
pass,
about a year-
ladies.
Or close to a year and a half.
One for smash,
And
two for
where are you
pass.
currently stationed?
Currently, I'm serving our public integrity unit.
We're an equal
in
opportunity smash
2016,
and
right?
passer here.
I was assigned in our Metro's homicide unit. At the time, I was specifically assigned at the cold case unit.
And how long? were
Dudes, if you
with
want to join in,
LMPD?
if that's your thing, go right ahead.
Approximately 13 years total.
What was your involvement in the
Uh-oh.
case of Brice Rhodes?
My involvement, I did not make
Naysayers.
the initial scene where the victims were located. My involvement was following up on an investigative lead that led us to a location
Danielle's
over on
just
Hackle
eh.
Drive regarding a dumpster fire where ultimately we retrieved items.
So before you went to Hackle, what, like, where were you? Where were you when you got notified that you were going to be involved in this case?
Okay. Kind of the way a lot of homicides work. There's a lot of moving parts. Myself, and my partner at the time, again, we were assigned a cold case unit. We were actually asked to assist in this investigation by responding where a search warrant was being executed, I believe at the defendant's home. On our arrival, we were asked to search for a specific vehicle, which we later located in the same parking lot.
What kind of vehicle was that?
It was like a light blue Mazda four-door car.
And after you located the vehicle, what did you do?
We located the vehicle. The
The windows, the back windows were down, I believe. There was a strong smell of bleach, chemical-like substance emanating from the car. The back seat, as we approached closer, it was missing from the vehicle. At that point, myself and my partner, we began searching the complex, the apartment complex for dumpsters, obviously looking for the seat that was in the vehicle. We even searched nearby neighborhoods, areas where there might be dumpsters or anything thinking it had been discarded in that manner.
Did you find anything?
We didn't. At that point, since we had not located it, obviously we believed it to be of significant value. I made a request and through our Metro Safe dispatch for any dumpster fires that may have been within about, I believe, like the last 48 hours or so. I kind of went from the time frame of when we believe I guess, so it was 2 days later, I believe, that we were at the apartment complex from when the initial homicides occurred. So we kind of did a wide time range as far as trying to locate any dumpster fires.
How would Metro Safe know about dumpster fires?
Typically, they're called in. If somebody calls in,
That's why the back
they
of
would
the
just like
defendant's
a car
head looks
accident or
the way it
whatever,
does.
they would call in, and then the fire, whoever would respond.
You mean call 911?
Yes.
So how many 911 calls have been made about dumpster fires?
There were several. I want to say it might have been somewhere around 7 or 8.
And did you follow up on each of them?
We did, yes.
What did you, was Hackle Drop the last one you went to?
It happened to be, yes.
Okay, so on the previous dumpsters, what did you find at each of them?
Someone
Nothing
called
of significant
911 on this case.
I
The
believe
whole
one of them
thing
was
was
actually
a
a repeated
dumpster
phone
fire.
call, a duplicate call. I think even one of them may have had just like very small, minimal damage. I think we spoke
I'll
to
be
like
right
one of the Dollar Generals. He said it was kids
Don't
just
go
like trying to
anywhere.
attempt to light it on fire, but we never found anything of significance until we got to Hackle Drive.
Had some of them already been emptied?
They had, yes.
So you get to Hackle and was it your understanding that somebody called in a dumpster fire?
That's correct, yes.
What did you find when you got there?
When we first got there, there was it was the last one that we checked. We kind of began like about midday checking these. It was already dark by the time we arrived. There was an older gentleman outside in the rear of one of the buildings in the 6500 block. I asked him if he was the one who initially made the 911 call, the dumpster fire. He said no. He did direct me to a building where he believed, I guess the caller lived at. The dumpster itself had significant damage to it. I mean, it was the most significant damaged one we came across in our search.
And you have been using the pronoun we. Who are you with?
My partner at the time, Detective Matt Metzler, who also worked on homicide with me.
So what did you all do with this dumpster?
We approached it. Obviously, it was a substantial fire, it appeared to be, because a lot of the paint was melted off. There was a significant amount of water in there. That dumpster appeared to be about halfway full, if I recall. We obviously, again, it was dark. There appeared to be what just kind of really almost at the top of the water level, what we believed to be at that time remnants of like a seat cushion in the dumpster. So at that point, we secured that scene like we would any crime scene. We roped it off with crime scene tape, and obviously made a request for our crime scene unit to come out to assist.
What was this still on May 24th?
This would have been, I believe it was May 24th. And again, I want to say it might have been about 2 days after the homicides.
And how were you there? How long were you there?
Several hours.
Did it go into the 25th?
It did, yes.
So did crime scene technician Kimmer arrive?
That's correct.
Okay. And was she with? Were there two crime scene technicians?
I believe so. Again, when we initially got on that scene, there was a search warrant being executed, and I believe we were waiting for them to conclude, I guess, their collection of any items there before they came to our scene.
And you mean a different search warrant, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So when CSU got there, what happened?
We started. We actually were in Tyvek suits, and obviously entered the dumpster and tried to. I guess again, had a substantial amount of water in it. We started pulling items out individually and trying to ascertain what would be possibly involved in our investigation.
I'm going to show some photos that have been previously introduced by technician Kimmer. Is that the dumpster?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. So, is this what you were faced with when you first got there?
It was, yes.
How did you know what to collect?
So, obviously, our initial, I guess, approach to this, we were looking for the backseat of a vehicle. Once we actually get to this dumpster and kind of start going through items, we start discovering things that we believe are possibly involved. There were several items, I think you kind of skipped through a few as well, that appear to have, and I don't know how.
I'll just start at the first one and you tell me, let me know if you want to talk about something.
Okay.
I know the picture's a little grainy on there compared to what I'm looking at on this screen. This one has, like, you have some burn marks through here. These little spots here, they appear to be blood. Like right there, here, kind of on the ends. These appear to be like the burn marks. And then again, you have a little bit more possible blood here and up there. Can't tell if that's kind of a little bit better to see here, but this appears to be blood here. These appear to be burn marks through here. Again, you have what appears to be saturated blood as well. And again, over here. Again, this would have been the towel from the previous picture, or what appears to be a towel. Again, you have what appears to be the suspected blood here on the edges over here, kind of throughout the towel, and then these are all just burn marks here. This, oh, I'm sorry.
There we go.
Okay, right here, this is going to be what appears. I think this is like this is going to be like a sheet here, but this is really saturated with blood. I know the coloring looks bad here, but this is real dark red through here. These again appear to be some burn marks here as well. And
I think that's just a close up of the same picture.
And that's just going to be when we remove that item after, and we photograph everything as it is before we actually retrieve it. And obviously, we want to look at it a little bit closer and to follow up before we collect it. But again, this is going to be that item. I think you can see much better here that kind of the red coloration here, what appears to be blood. And then these are all going to be just little fragments of the burn marks here. So in this one, I think this is going to be here. I think this is like almost like a comforter here. Obviously significant burn where it had obviously sustained fire damage. That's going to be the item once it's removed from the dumpster, and you have significant burn marks here as well. This one, obviously the coloration of it, it's kind of hard to tell. It looks to appear to be blood through here, and again over here.
Is in the upper left corner, is that a shoe? Just for perspective on the
Oh, I'm
side?
sorry. Are you talking right here?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. This appears to be like a sofa cushion. It was recovered and it was photographed, pulled out. It has significant burn damage as well throughout there. This is going to be another towel, like I guess like a washcloth. It appears to be actually like I don't know what, right here, I don't know if that's kind of part where it's ripped off, but this is just another towel that we recovered that also has some burn damage to it. So this appears to be another cushion, a pillow right through here that we recovered. It appears to have like saturated blood here. It's like a good amount through this area. This is your burn marks on it over here. And again, this is going to be the cushion laid out once we recover it from the dumpster. You can see the significant burn there. This one looks to be a pillowcase right here. This is real, what we suspect to be blood as well, kind of up here. It does have a little bit of a burn mark through here, but this is going to be your suspected blood through there. And that's just, let's see.
Why are we doing these
This
again?
is going to be, okay, we recovered.
We've literally heard exactly
We did
the
pull
same
these two
thing.
items out, not knowing if they were some type of flame accelerant. They were not. Actually, we called for arson to come out. We learned when they came out, it was actually just 2 jugs of urine.
Ew.
And are we getting into like the bottom part of the dumpster? At this
We
point?
are, that's correct.
Yeah, when you get to the urine bottles, you probably at the bottom of the dumpster. Well, God, we don't need to see pictures of them.
Okay, I believe this item here, we pulled out as well, along with this one. This one appears to be more bedding. Again, you have what appears to be suspected blood all over this one, heavily here and up here. There are several burn marks on here, especially right in this area. See, this one here.
We're still like
this item here, I think we have another
$18
picture, I think
away.
That might be part of that. But it has some, let's see.
I think that's it.
Okay, this one might have been the bottom part of our, I guess, another part of that bedding that was right there, but it had significant burn damage as well, and so did this remnants of what appeared to be a carpet on this one as well. Okay, this is my partner, Detective Metzler, as we recover bedding out of there, out of the dumpster.
This one has a lot of significant stains, all appear to be blood, as well as identifying markers on here that show that it was there when the fire was initiated. And that's going to be the item that Detective Metzler retrieved. This here appears to be significant spot of blood here, as well
shirt?
as identifying marks right through here and up here. I'm sorry.
This is close to the same one.
It appears to be, yes. And that's, I believe, still going to be the same item. So, and these are going to be, I'm sorry, obviously we'll take photos of things in the dumpster, we recover it, place it out, we'll photograph things. A picture like this is going to be actually in our crime scene lab, where once we have an opportunity to kind of even detail it a little bit more. So this is going to be one of the items that we recovered.
When you realized that you had found the dumpster that probably had evidentiary significance, how did you notify anybody about this?
Okay. Again, we were looking for backseat of a vehicle initially. Obviously, when we get over to the dumpster, as we kind of approach, I observed what I
They
thought
were in the
remnants of
dumpster he's
stuffing
talking
inside of
about.
A seat cushion. It would appear to be maybe like little springs. I notified our homicide commander, Lieutenant Kessinger, at that time.
And what did you tell him?
I told him, obviously, he was aware the back seat was missing from the vehicle. I told him that I believe that we may have remnants of one, that there had been a significant dumpster fire, and that we were going to try to attempt to retrieve any items that from that dumpster pertaining to the case.
How long did you have to wait for CSU?
Offhand, I don't know. It may have been an hour, it may have been two. We roped it off. Obviously, we secured it from that point. Nobody had any access to the dumpster at that point.
And when CSU came, how long did that whole process of taking each item, photographing, taking each item out, photographing again, how long did that take?
So it's very time consuming, especially in the pictures you were looking at with a dumpster like that. You don't want to just go through it too quick. You want to kind of process each item, as best as you can. Obviously, the fire damage play a role in that as well. So it took several hours.
Do you recall when you cleared the scene?
It was the following day. It was sometime that morning. I mean, when we got there, it was dark. I would say late in the evening, maybe around 10:30. We may have been there 12 hours, maybe somewhere around there.
And did you later return to do follow-up interviews of residents?
We did. The ones that the gentleman had told us he believed to be the ones that called 911.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Okay.
Detective Peters, you were referencing you said you searched several dumpsters, correct?
That's correct.
And the one you were referencing was the one located on Hackle Drive, correct?
That's correct.
And that fire, according to your report, was reported on May the 22nd. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you didn't search that dumpster until 2 days later.
That's correct. We weren't looking for, I believe it was 2 days later when we actually found the vehicle that was missing the back seat. And at that point, that's when we tried to make efforts to locate it.
Mm-hmm.
One of your colleagues testified that they had taken a picture of the Mazda as found. And the picture did not have the windows rolled down. And your testimony here today was that the 2 back windows were rolled down.
I believe so.
Did you take that picture?
I don't recall. I don't believe I took that picture. And I don't recall who took the photo. Again, I do recall when we approached the vehicle, it had a strong odor of bleach emanating from the car.
And back to the scene at Hackle Drive of the suspected dumpster fire. You arrived on the scene, you said, before the crime scene unit did.
That's correct.
And so those pictures that you were showing the jury were taken after you had arrived on the scene.
Referring to the dumpster? Or
Yes, the
yes,
pictures that were shown to the jury today.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
Yes or no? Either you've got redirect or you don't. Make up your mind. He's clearing his throat, so perhaps there is.
Sure.
Oh, I got a sidebar. Sidebar. Got Strawberry snoring up a storm there.
specifically this one. Do you recognize those photographs?
I've seen them before, yes.
And are those a fair and accurate representation of how the Mazda looks on May 22nd?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, I want to introduce these two photos and publish to the jury. They will be exhibits.
150 and 151.
Admitted subject to prior conversation. You all want to approach? So if you look like you're questioning, and I don't want to, if you
Yes,
want to
let's
put something on the record, let's do it. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, more sidebars.
And to clarify, are you the one, were you part of the team that first located the Mazda?
That's correct, yes.
And did anybody enter the Mazda and roll windows up or down?
I don't recall, no.
Is that something the police department would ever do?
No, typically, again, you want to obviously contain any evidence as we locate it, and we don't want to obviously tamper with it anyway. Obviously, the most minimal contamination as possible.
And once you all located the Mazda, was it secured?
It would have been, yes.
So no civilians could have come and gone from the Mazda?
No, absolutely not.
So. All right, and what are we looking at here?
Okay, this vehicle here is going to be the light blue Mazda. It may look a little silver in this picture, but it's like a light blue.
Is this where you all located?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall it was parked in a normal parking spot?
That is correct.
And from this distance, would you have smelled bleach?
Yes.
And does the window appear to be up or down?
The back window appears to be up. Front driver window appears to be down.
And what are we looking at?
This is going to be photo.
Two witnesses, two of the eyewitnesses testified they removed
Again,
the
window appears to
seat.
be down.
And at this point, was the
Well,
back seat?
one of the cops said the seat
It was,
wasn't
yes.
there when he first saw the car, and the eyewitness,
Detective Peters, just to
Ann
clarify,
Juan Carter,
tell the
said
jury
that
two
they
back
ripped it
windows
out
were down.
and
I said,
just chucked it
believe,
in some
darkness
rando's
was down, yes.
garage to
All
hide
right,
it
you
because it
guys
had
have done.
blood on
Thank you.
it.
Thank you.
And come up with your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
You know what? Actually, I think this is a good time for a little 5-minute break because I need to step out. We will just come back in 5 minutes at 10 after 11.
The judge has got to take a wee. That skirt is riding high. That skirt is riding way high. All right, let's fast forward. We have no super chats or monthly memberships to read, so we can skip right ahead here. Alas, it looks like we will not achieve doggo cam today. Sad.
Hand, please.
$18
Sorry, give me a
away.
minute. You sort of told the truth and the whole truth? I do. Thank you. Let me have a seat.
What's your name? What's your name, girl? What's your name?
Morning, doctor. How are you?
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
I am Dr. Lauren Lippincott.
What?
And can you tell us
Dr. Lauren Lippincott.
what sort of medicine do you practice?
I am a forensic pathologist.
And so what does a forensic pathologist do?
Forensic pathology is the field of medicine that examines unexpected, unexplained, and unnatural death.
And is there some training that goes along with becoming a doctor there?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
No, there's no
what's your
training for a
education background?
doctor
Sure.
whatsoever.
I have a bachelor's of science degree in forensic biology and health sciences from Guilford College. I received my medical degree at Nova Southeastern University. I then did a internship year at St. Petersburg General Hospital in Florida. I then did my residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at Danbury Hospital in Connecticut. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Louisville.
So how many years of education was that if you have them all?
Sorry, let me do
That's-
the math. Approximately 15.
And how many autopsies have you performed at this point?
I have performed over 1,800 autopsies.
Like professionally or just for
And
pleasure?
What is the standard procedure for performing an autopsy? Do you pick who comes to you? How do they get there?
The autopsies that we performed are on decedents that are sent to us by the county coroner.
And this is the job that you were performing back in 2016?
Yes.
And this is, you had, I was going to say opportunity, that's not quite the right word. You conducted the examination for a case number ME160633.
Yes,
And who was that individual?
that individual was identified as Christopher Jones.
And when you performed the autopsy,
He was the random guy that was
that
shot that started this whole
where does the autopsy
thing.
occur?
The autopsy is performed at the medical examiner's office.
And who else are there other people in the room? Just you?
There's technicians, there may be other doctors in the office, law enforcement.
Do you follow the same set of procedures for everybody that you receive, or do you tailor it based on what your initial observations are?
We have our general protocol, but some items are tailored for the nature of the case.
May I approach, Your Honor?
No.
Showing the witness, files 152 through 150. Those pictures fairly and accurately represent Mr. Jones as you observed him to be at that time.
Yes.
Move to admit and publish, Your Honor.
No objection.
Admitted, you may publish.
Bernice Conklin has decided that changing the squirrel's water is more important than talking with all of you. She just told 611 of you that you're all less than squirrel water to her.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Control of the clicker on the camera there.
That's going to be my new insult. You're less than squirrel water to me.
Can you, I guess, first of all, I'll just kind of jump to your final conclusion to orient the jury. What did you find the cause of death in this instance?
The cause of death in this instance was a gunshot wound.
And can you point out
She does not
where
look
the
like
gunshot
David
wound
Grohl. Stop that.
is on the victim?
In this individual, the gunshot wound initially went through his arm and then entered into his torso.
And how did death result from that?
There was injury to the liver that resulted in bleeding.
How long would you expect somebody to survive with that sort of injury?
It's hard to say.
And so, obviously, the liver is an important organ. What happens when a liver gets punctured?
When there is injury to the liver, bleeding will occur into the abdomen.
And so you would expect most of that bleeding to be internal or external?
Depending on the nature of the wound.
Okay. Is there anything else significant about this particular photo?
In this photo, you do see a lot of evidence of the medical intervention that was performed prior.
And if you want to just go through the next photo.
Okay.
What is most significant about this photo here?
In this photo, the significant item is right here. That was after we had made an incision under this contusion or bruise on his torso, and that is actually a projectile.
Now, are we looking at a bullet that almost exited, or
No.
are we looking at an entrance?
That bullet was underneath the skin. We cut into the skin for visualization and retrieval.
And there was only one bullet wound?
There was one projectile recovered.
Yes. All right. And we can go on to the next one. And what is this shot here?
This looks like it's
See, yeah,
the other side of his torso, so the lateral side where
She looks
where the
far more like Margaret
projectile
Hamilton than she does David Grohl.
And how can you tell, can you tell from just looking at the
Margaret
at the
Hamilton
wound
was the
whether it's
Wicked
an
Witch of the
entrance or an
West.
exit? For
this
those
one is a little irregular. So
And irregular would mean what? I'm sorry.
because this is a reentry wound because the bullet already had gone through a different area.
So I guess let's talk a little bit more about the processing. Also, I kind of jumped into things. There's a sticker there. Why is that sticker on it?
That sticker Right here, it has our case number. Every individual that we examine in our facility is given their own case number. That number follows all of their case and anything involved with it. And then also on this, we also have measurements in inches and metric. So that also gives us a sense of scale.
Thank you. Go on to the next one.
Lorianne, only
And
18
this,
away.
Can you talk about his hands?
Yeah, you see that the hands were received at our office, covered in a paper bag.
And why is it like that?
That can be done to preserve any possible trace evidence.
When you say trace evidence, can you give some examples of what you sometimes find on people's hands?
I mean, sometimes it's also, we might clip fingernail clippings if requested for collection, and it may see if there's anything that could be important to law enforcement.
When you were processing,
If you're saying she looks like Chrissy
Mr.
Hine,
Jones,
I will ban
did
you
encounter
right now
any
just on principle.
injuries that would have been consistent with him having.
If you
been
say
run
she
over
looks
by
like
a
Chrissy
vehicle?
Hine, you take that
I
back
did
right
not
now.
see any specific.
And there appears to be some darkness up on his head over his eye there. Did you observe that during your inspection?
Yes.
And do you know what the cause of that is?
No.
Is there any part of the infusion or treatment process that could cause results like that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know do you know when that bruising would have occurred?
I'm not sure.
Can people bruise post-mortem?
No.
So do you keep careful records
I'll
of?
give you Patty Smith.
Of your
She does have some
examination?
Patty Smith vibes.
And do you file a report?
Not Patty Smythe, Patty Smith.
And what's the rest of the procedure that you follow with an autopsy?
During the autopsy, say we examine the external surface of the individual. We look for injuries and natural disease. We will then generally also perform similar inspections inside the decedent's body. We will make incisions and look at the organs as they are in the body, and
Lauren
we will also remove
Ann,
them to look at
savior
them
of the
individually.
day, coming through.
So
you earned the
why do
title,
you- why do you
Vice
take-
Racks
in
of
a
the
case like
day,
this where you
with the
can see a
largest and
gunshot
releasing
wound,
the
why would you
doggo
take out
cam.
organs and weigh them still?
Just
Super
for
chat.
documentation.
For the doggo
To also
cam.
see if there's other injuries, other natural
Oh,
disease.
Joe Choi came
You
in
don't
too
get one
late.
shot
Thanks
at
both
this
of you.
and You don't know what might be relevant later.
We'll give you
Correct.
both co-Viraxes.
Did you do anything else?
Thank you
with
so much,
respect to
Joe Choi.
Mr.
Release the
Jones?
hound. We did.
Blood samples
Thank you.
or blood
Thank you for
samples were
both of you.
collected
I love
from
you
the
both.
hospital and were sent for toxicologic testing.
And what would that test for?
It's generally tests for a panel that includes common drugs of abuse and alcohols.
Okay. And when did you perform the examination of Mr. Jones?
This exam was performed on May 4th, 2016.
And did you also happen to perform an examination in case ME 160724?
Yes,
And who was the individual involved in that examination?
that individual was identified as Larry Ordway.
At the time that you did your examination, did you have any knowledge that these two individuals were in any way connected?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing the witness Commonwealth's Exhibit 160 through 176.
You are now both my co-vice Raxes for the day. Thank you very much. Lorianne and Joe Choi. And you shall remain such through the remainder of the day, unless someone dethrones you.
Do those pictures fairly and accurately represent Mr. Ordway as you observed him at the time?
Generally, yes.
Move to admit and publish to the jury.
No objection.
So I think you may.
We'll go through the pictures one by one, but first, again,
Testimony in the little dog too. No.
jump to what was your final
Nice.
conclusion as to the cause of death of Mr. Ordway?
The cause of death were due to multiple stab wounds.
I'll give you your testimony and your little dog too.
Why would you take a picture? What's the significance of taking pictures of someone's hands? What's significant about that?
We take pictures of the hands to document any injuries or any other findings as they're received.
Did you see any wounds on his hands?
No.
Do you have?
Sorry, I clicker.
Oh, yeah, sure. And that's his other hand?
Yeah, or another aspect of it.
And still no wounds?
No.
No defensive wounds?
No.
You can keep going. Did you observe burning on the body?
Yes.
And were you able to tell, was he deceased when the fire occurred? Is there any way for you to know that just from looking at him?
It's hard to tell with burning, but we did perform a carboxyhemoglobin testing for carbon
What?
monoxide, and that was negative.
Okay.
Which would imply.
So there's no carbon monoxide in the
And
lungs.
if someone is, for the most part, deceased at the time of a fire, they will not be taking
Breathe.
breaths
Exactly.
to inhale it in.
And what are we?
None walked
what are
in a
we
bar.
looking
If you would have just had the first part of that, I would have put it up.
Is
Now I
there
have
any way for you
now
to
I have to
tell
send you to the penalty box.
sort
5
of-
minutes for instigating.
Instrument caused the wound?
No.
Would you be able to tell if the instrument was serrated or smooth?
Chat.
If there, we.
You
if- if we can,
simultaneously
we do
disappoint
document
and
whether the
thrill me.
wound edge is smooth or if we see evidence of serration.
And what was your conclusion on this one?
This was a smooth.
Yeah.
Della, if you
Can you
laughed at
orient
that,
us
you
as
can
to
go
what
to the
we're looking
penalty
at here?
box too.
So I believe you're looking at, on the torso, there is an injury here, and then you can see some of this darkening and discoloration is fire injury.
Same.
Same.
Plus, there's also, is that additional wounds in the?
Yeah,
photo?
there's multiple wounds in this photo.
Overall, how many, do you count the number of wounds?
Yes.
How many wounds were there?
Overall, we documented 21 sharp force wounds.
Oh, 21, God.
And did all of the wounds hemorrhage?
Yes.
And what is that? What can you deduce from that knowledge?
When there is bleeding around from the wounds, it means that the heart was beating, person was alive.
So he would have felt all of these wounds. He would have been alive for all of these wounds.
Would have been, presumably, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm alive or able to feel, which one? That
Exactly.
was kind of put together.
Exactly. Just because you're
If
alive
someone's
doesn't mean you can
alive.
feel.
Okay, but you would not or would know whether they were able to feel it.
It would depend on the level of consciousness in an individual.
So in this case, do you know?
I can't say.
Thank you.
Judge stepping
Go on to
in
the
to
next one.
clarify. Don't want to assume
Yeah.
facts, not evidence.
Anything significant?
No, you
Lower
still some
extremities.
of some of the other fire.
Yes,
burn
that was the
injuries.
judge.
What do you observe here?
Here is the side of his head. There's some burnt clothing and burnt skin underneath. Looks like some singeing of the hair, and there was a contusion on the ear.
And what would people on the street call a contusion?
A contusion is a bruise.
And so, do you have any way of knowing how long do bruises last?
They can last for, it depends, period of time.
Very good question. She
have
said
any way
all of the wounds
knowing
were
how long that
hemorrhaging,
bruise existed?
including apparently by inference the stab wound that Anne
This is
Juan gave.
another shot of the bruising.
Yes.
He said they were dead.
What are we looking at here? Can you
Assuming it's
So
what
here,
he stabbed.
yes, we're looking on the torso. There were some injuries here, and this is intestine protruding through the wound.
And if there's a if there's a incision to the midsection, is that something that naturally happens or?
Yes, it can.
All right. What is significant in this photo?
And here there is some bruising on the forehead.
And this photo here?
And then here is, we're looking at his body from the top down, head is here going to the chest and abdomen. And here we can see multiple stab wounds.
Are all of the stab wounds on the front of the body?
The vast majority are.
Go on to the next one. Can you tell anything about the depth of these wounds from looking at them during your examination?
On the external exam, we can give approximations of wound depth on internal exam.
And were these of consistent depth with each other?
They varied.
And do you know what the range was?
The depths of the wounds ranged from a 1/4 inch deep to 6 inches deep.
Oof.
Go on to the next one. Do you know which?
Those were stabs, 6 inches deep. Ugh.
I believe it is the one on the right because of the clothing.
I don't know if there's another photo after this.
Yes.
Would a blade like this be consistent with the wounds that you saw?
I can't say.
Good answer.
Some knives you could rule out by looking at them. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And is this one that you could rule out by looking at it?
I don't think it can be ruled out.
Well, half of the knives, if not all of the knives, well, okay, some of the knives in my kitchen can be ruled out.
And then you followed the same after you
Which
did the
means that
documentation,
some
you
of my
followed the same
knives in my kitchen
process
may
as
be
you
the
laid out
murder
for
weapon by that
Mr.
logic,
Jones and
prosecutor.
documented your reports.
Yes.
That's a shitty question.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
For the defense?
Good morning. I'm not going to walk back through all the things you just testified about. I'm going to pick and choose a little bit.
Okay.
And if any of my questions are confusing, just tell me.
Okay.
I think it's probably clear, but I wanted to ask a couple things about your office. Your office is it's not just you, right? It's a bigger office.
Yes.
How many medical examiners are there?
I believe at the current moment in time, we have 8.
Okay. And in any particular autopsy, do you only have one, or do you guys work in pairs? Or?
We may have work in pairs if there's a fellow who's the doctor in training.
Okay. Do you recall on these two if you were by yourself or if there was someone else assisting you?
I had someone else assisting and supervising.
Someone was assisting you, you were supervising? Or
No,
did I get that back?
no. I was the one being supervised
Okay.
by another doctor.
Can you tell us the name of the other doctor?
Yes, for which case?
It's a totally good point. Why don't we start with Mr.
Ooh,
Kemp?
zing.
For Mr. Jones, it is Dr. Springer.
Okay. And then, wait a second.
And then for Larry Ordway, Dr. Falls.
Thank you. Also regarding your office, you said you've done 1,800 ballpark
Yes.
autopsies. Your office does cases from other counties too, right? You're from all over the state?
A segment of the state.
See, the question to ask would be how many autopsies had you
all-
done at the
All
time
cases
you
that need
did
an
this
autopsy
one?
from Jefferson County, did they all go to your office though?
Yes.
I want to turn now specifically to,
Because she's new, it'd be a
Mr.
low
Jones.
number, and you could say, ah, she's inexperienced.
you had indicated, you testified about this a little bit. I want to turn back to it specifically on page 5 of your report. You have your report, right?
Yes.
I have it. Okay.
No.
You testified a little bit about this before, about the injuries to the head. You see the spot is number 2 there on the report? Okay. You indicate on your report, I think let me fix it out. I think you told the prosecution that you couldn't determine the exact cause.
Yes,
Right?
correct.
You use the term, which is a medical term of art, though it's one that I've heard out in the world, blunt force injuries.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Tell the jury what does that term mean, a blunt force injury?
A blunt force injury is an injury to the skin or body as a result of an impact.
And when you say an impact, what makes that distinct from a different type of injury?
It can differ from, say, a sharp force wound, which is due to a cutting of the skin.
So in this case, something struck the head, or the head struck something?
Yes.
All right. And when we're talking about it, it would have been fairly recent, right? Bruising doesn't last for years and years.
Yes, correct.
And you specifically observed bruising in this case.
Yes.
In fact, we saw bruising and you commented on it in your testimony earlier. It's impossible to tell the exact amount of time from a bruise, right? There isn't a magical timestamp on a bruise.
No.
But you can make some conclusions, draw some conclusions, right, based on the coloration and things like that.
In some generalities.
Okay. For example, you told us that this would not have been after death or post-mortem.
Correct.
All right. So are you able to say to the jury exactly when that bruising or when that blunt force impact would have occurred?
No, I can't say exactly.
But based on what based on your examination, doctor, you are able to tell that it was fairly recent.
Yes.
Okay. In addition to the bruising, you used the word, I think we already talked about contusion, right? You say it's over the left orbit.
Yes.
Can you tell us just which part of the head or face we're talking
Yeah, the orbit is just generally the area around the left eye.
So when you're saying over the left orbit, I'm using myself, not you. Is that fair? Tell me if I'm wrong.
That's a little more up than orbit.
Why don't you just have her point on her own damn head, you idiot? This guy's not as sharp as the lady is.
You also observed an abrasion. Is that like a scrape?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know this word, bilateral, over the bilateral forehead. I don't know what that means.
Both sides of the forehead.
Did this aged lawyer, this old man who's been on earth for a long time and has a legal education, meaning he went to university for 4 years. He went to law school for 3 years. He passed a bar exam and lived his entire life, and he doesn't know what the word bilateral means? I got nothing. Stunned. All right. That's what he said. I don't know what that bilateral, I don't know what that word means. No, he said if that's what he meant, he would have said, just for the record, or just for the sake of those who may not know, could you please tell us what the word bilateral means? He said, I don't. He said about contusions. He asked about what is orbit. He said that's part. He's like, I don't know that word bilateral. What does that mean? That's a bit weird. But again, there was one point where he wanted a new lawyer, and the judge said, "We've tried to get you all the lawyers we can, and this is the one you're stuck with." He said something like that. The judge, she mentioned something like that. This is the one you get because we've gone through a lot of them, which sounded a lot like a backhanded compliment to me. So I would be nervous if I were him.
And also, you said on the nose and the left cheek.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
I'm just an unfrozen caveman lawyer.
There's another one that I don't actually know, so you can help me out. A cortical contusion?
That's a bruising on the brain.
Okay. How are you able to determine that had occurred?
We could see it on examination of the brain.
Okay. When we say a cortical contusion on the brain, can you explain that in normal words?
Yeah, we see areas of hemorrhage or bruising, focal hemorrhage or bruising on the brain surface.
So we're talking about the actual surface of the brain itself.
On the brain itself.
Okay. And that takes a certain amount of force, right?
I believe so. But I can't say specifically.
Well, I'm sorry. But that coincided with what you observed with exterior damage to the head as well.
Yes.
It's fair to say it's likely that whatever caused the exterior probably caused the interior damage as well.
Yes, it's likely they're connected.
Here today, you're not able to tell the jury exactly what caused that injury to the head.
Correct.
But you do know, and you've testified about the fact that there was a blunt force trauma to Mr. Jones's head.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
With respect to Mr. Jones, observing the blunt force trauma, is there any question in your mind as to what the cause of death was?
No.
And what was the cause of death?
The cause of death was due to the gunshot wound.
And would the trauma to the head be consistent with an unprotected fall on pavement?
It can't be excluded.
With respect to Mr. Ordway, we went through some photographs with the jury, but we didn't show all the wounds. Can you just refer to your report and explain where you observed each one of the wounds?
Wounds were seen over the chest, the abdomen, the pelvis, the inguinal region, the back, the left inguinal region as well, the genitalia, and the right leg.
And what is the inguinal region?
The inguinal region, I guess in lay terms, is the groin.
And so he was stabbed in the groin?
Yes.
How many times?
There was one stab wound to the right groin and one to the left.
And when you say stab wounds to the external genitalia, what does that mean?
That is
They knifed his dick.
in this case, talking about the penis and scrotum region.
And when you add all those stabbings up, what number did you come to?
For total in his
Yes.
body, there were 21 stab wounds total.
And were you able to determine the decedent's age at this time?
Not at the time of autopsy.
Do you know necessarily who you're working on at the time of autopsy?
He was unidentified at the time of autopsy,
And subsequently,
and then subsequently identified by the coroner's office.
thank you.
Any requests?
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you for being here. You're free to go. Okay, thank you. Council, can you approach for a moment?
Wow. All right. That was a dramatic ending to her testimony. And I believe that's it's going to be lunch. She's already eating while she's drinking.
Back in front of the courtroom doors no later than 1:00 p.m. In the meantime, please recall my earlier order. You're not to do any research on this case.
Yep. All right. There we go, folks. That takes us through the morning session. We are now officially caught up, and we will do this again tomorrow. We'll start at 8:30 a.m. and we will do what we did. We'll watch the afternoon session first, and then we will watch Friday's morning session until we catch up or we go for the lunch break. And tomorrow is a super special day because it's our monthly F It Friday where we just say, fuck it, and we throw caution to the wind. We have a great panel of guests, and we grift for super chats. That's all we do. It's just the once a month super griftathon where we get it out of the way so we don't have to beg and do everything for the rest of the month. It's all fun and games. We know what we're getting into. It's just a silly griftathon. It's an excuse to drink for booze. I convert your money immediately into booze, $100 for shots, aggregates, and we do a lesser whiskey for aggregates of $100, and that includes super chats as well as gifted memberships. That's the new thing we're doing. We're including the gifted memberships in that, which we should have been doing all along, but I just couldn't do the math. I figured out a way to do the math. So $100 aggregate gets a shot of lesser whiskey, and a $100 or more super chat gets a much nicer whiskey shot. That's all we have. Let's see if I can quickly bring up the list of guests that we have so far. The list of guests we have so far is where's the guest list? The guest list is right here. So far, we've got Law of Self-Defense, Andrew Branca, potentially criminal Sean, Andrew Esquire from Legal Mindset, our very own Chandler Remington, wherever she is or whatever happened to her today. She probably just slept in. She's tired. And Danny on Direct, Flux, Sally from Talk with Sally, Nick Ricada from Ricada Law, Hayden from Aussie Overlord, Nicholas Starov, who was here earlier, will join us again, Lady Law 5791, Natalie Wisco, MG Law, and potentially a Drex sighting. He said there's a possibility he could be there. So we'll have to see how that goes. That's what we've got lined up so far. The list will grow or shrink as necessary, but that'll be Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll go until my liquor gives up or nobody cares anymore. So that's the goal. We had a goal set last month to earn $100,000. We didn't. We got about 1% of that. We'll have to set a new goal for tomorrow. But that's what's going to be. We'll do this on the morning, and then in the evening, starting at 7 p.m. Friday, we'll kick off the Merry Effing Christmas December F It Friday stream. And that's it. Mods, thank you for being here. You are super awesome. You're super moddy. We love you for doing that. Hopefully my voice will continue to improve and get back to where it needs to be a little bit each day. Our poll ended just about where we started. Were you surprised by yesterday's events? 39 yes, 20 no, and 41 no, didn't see it. Thank you so much for voting. Thank you so much for hitting the likes. We ended up with 659 of them. That's great. All right, folks. Chat. You guys, as always, are the greatest chat. The Vice Squad chat is the greatest chat on the entire YouTube platform, if not the internet itself. Thank you for being here. Thank you for keeping me entertained. I hope you were entertained a little bit. If you haven't done so, hit that subscribe button on your way out. Hit that like button. Make sure you like, subscribe, and tell all your friends about us. Let's get more people interested in this trial. Thank you for all of your support. We got to doggo cam levels. And remember, we'll see you tomorrow, a half hour early at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Until then, whatever you do, whoever you do it with, however good it feels, and however many times you're going to do it, just make sure that whatever you enjoy, you're enjoying your legal vices. Larak saying peace out. See you tomorrow.